Definitely got the Twitches and the
TikToks. On the Facebook.
Not the Facebook, the YouTube.
I mean the YouTube. I said the Facebook. I'm aging myself.
Right. We ain't gone live on Facebook in years.
I don't even talk like that. That's crazy.
All right. Let me give him the opener.
Let's do it.
What you want me to do? Come on and slide with Sammy.
Yeah, man. New intro. Soundboard stopped working though. That's crazy. This is Sippin' with Sammy. I am Mr. Flash, and only the one and only Sippin' with Sammy. Sam Malone, Barstool Rug. If you ain't sipping with Sammy, you ain't sipping right. Please get your fucking life together.
Sammy, you them. Damn, Sammy, you them. Damn, Sammy, you them fucked up.
Oh.
Yeah, boy.
Thanks, Sammy.
Oh, I like it. Yeah. We gonna do that. Can't even do it. It's probably that button, like you said. What's up with y'all, man? How y'all feeling? Happy Monday, happy hour, all that flyness. I'm just playing with my gadgets. We added some new sounds to the situation. Hopefully everybody is good, in good spirits. If not, let's get there together, because I'm already on one, but you could take some of my energy, turn up on your side. We do have a giveaway today from Bent Wine for the Wine Festival event coming up really soon, featuring Lil Mo. We got directions for y'all to enter to win free passes for that. Definitely a vibe, definitely something that you don't want to miss. Even if you can't get passes, see if you can still get tickets, because it's going to be lituated. But I am your host, Sippin' with Sammy, Sam Malone, all the stuff that my soundboard just told you. And today, I am joined with Lady K.
Yo.
What's up with you?
Living the dream.
Always. That's what you do, man.
Every day.
Every day, live the dream. How you feeling today?
I can't complain.
Can't complain.
You know, I'm here.
Y'all can see how wrinkled I am. I said I gotta wear the merch, but yeah, I should have probably.
Oh, I had a T-shirt I meant to put on. Give me 2 seconds.
Swap out? Go ahead,
Give me
swap
2
out.
seconds.
I'm gonna talk to the people. Like I said, we are doing a giveaway. This is a special edition of Live with Sippin' with Sammy, where we are going to discuss the Olympics. We're gonna figure out what we liked, what we didn't. We're gonna discuss the controversies. We're gonna discuss more highs than lows, but we're gonna touch on a little bit of everything, because I watched most things America, and Kay happened to watch damn near every event possible. Shout out to Peacock, because for those that are confused about how we could do that, Peacock was running something that made a whole lot of sense, and it was working. So we definitely tapped into the Olympics a lot.
I'm back.
She got a Bent Wine shirt on. You see it. Drink wine, get bent. You know what I'm saying? We used to have that on a statue over there in the corner a little while ago. I gotta get me a new shirt. But shout out to my man Kevin Bent. I almost called him by his alias. Shout out Kevin Bent, man. Bent Wine, for y'all that don't know, is a family-owned, black-owned business, and the CEO is his daughter. So salute to the family, and they always doing dope stuff, and branding and marketing is on a beam. That's what we doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. But yeah, like I said, we doing all Olympics today, and we doing a Lil Mo Bent Wine.
Cash is already in the chat making fun of us.
What is Cash saying? Is that Cash?
Yeah, it's Cash.
Oh, Cash. What did he say?
He said, "So the soundboard do work," and then he said, "Lady K, laughing face."
Oh man, you know what I'm gonna teach you that one day, Cash. You gotta throw a little wrench in the intro just to get them on their toes from the giddy up. She ain't expect it, so I said it. That's all you gotta do. It's a little trick of the trade. I'm gonna learn you. But let's get to the weekend recap real quick. Or do we want to put up the we want to go through the instructions?
Yeah, let's give the people the instructions.
All right, let's get to the ticket giveaway instructions. You introduce it in total, the whole date, time, all that. Coolness.
Absolutely. All right. So, if you have not been paying attention, we are talking about Bent Wine Company, and specifically the Bent Wine Polo Classic, which is coming up on August 24th in Jersey. It's happening from 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. And if you have not been to a Bent Wine Polo Classic before, I don't even know what to tell you. You are missing out. So today might be your lucky day. But it is a great event. You hang out with a bunch of like-minded people. The situation is a vibe. There's great music. You get to bring in your own snacks or grab some when you're there. And the best part is, of course, the bent wine. There's tons of bent wine, sangria, as well as all of their different flavors, I guess, vintages, for lack of a better term, of bent wine itself, which is a great wine company. Highly recommend. It is family owned, black owned, and they are one of our sponsors. So definitely get with bent wine. But like I said, the Polo situation, it is a great event. We were going for the last 2 years.
You wear your flyest spring and summer fashions.
Absolutely. Like
the brightest
break out,
of colors.
break out your derby hats, like everything glorious, sundress. And everybody there is beautiful. Let me be clear.
And
like,
bring a blanket.
Gorgeous. Bring a blanket, bring a whole picnic setup to sit on. Bring a cooler to keep your drinks cold. Or a Stanley Cup if you got one of those. But yes, it is a whole lituation. You definitely want to come on out. So if you haven't already gotten your tickets, you can go to the Eventbrite and get your tickets. Go to bentwineco.com. Click on the Bent Wine Polo Classic link. It'll take you to the Eventbrite. You can buy your tickets there. Or...
you can win the night, baby.
Exactly. You could win tonight. So let me show you how you could
Sammy.
win on today's stream. So, the first thing you got to do, if you haven't already subscribed to the SippinWitSammie channel, please make sure you subscribe to the channel.
If you do not subscribe, you cannot win.
Exactly. Number 2, like this video.
Right now.
It's very easy for me to verify if you liked it or not, so please make sure you like it. Number 3, comment a number in the chat between 1 and 100, as well as your IG handle. So I don't want to see any comments that are just a number or any comments that are just an IG handle. You won't count if it doesn't have both of those two things in the same comment.
You know what? Populate the chat. We just won't count it.
That's fine too.
Yeah.
We love chats. We'll still read it out loud and everything. But make sure you do those 3 things. So subscribe to the channel, like the video, and comment a number between 1 and 100 with your IG handle. And we're going to announce the winner by 7:30 p.m. tonight. So
Whoa.
please, please, please.
Slight correction. Not by 7:30, somewhere around 7:30.
Around 7:30.
Because this is a live show. We're going to get in the time. I'm not cutting nothing short. You know what I mean? Like, because it'll throw off the show. But somewhere around the 7:30 to 8 o'clock hour, we're going to let y'all know who won. We're not going to make y'all tap in all night. We appreciate if you do, though.
Absolutely.
But, yeah. And I might even give hints to the number, so you might just need to make sure you won't hit.
Ooh.
I know how to play number games. I grew up around 5%ers and all type of folks, man. I'm good.
And to be fair, I don't even know what the number is yet, so I can't give you any hints.
Yeah, I already put it in my notes, so, you know what I mean?
But we will be honest, there is a number, and I hope that you guess it.
Yeah, man. 1 to 100, 1 to 100, Bent Wine, Lil Mo. You know what Lil Mo do. She gonna tear shit apart.
Right, I completely forgot to mention that part. Lil Mo's gonna be there. So if you don't like wine, if you don't like vibes, at least you like Lil Mo?
One of the strongest voices we ever seen in this generation,
Right?
man. She do the damn thing. And shout out to Lil Mo. She been back. I like to see it.
But like I said, this event is definitely a hit. So even if you don't win your ticket on our stream tonight, please do come out. Please get your tickets. And it's going to be a lituation. And tons of great photo ops, too. One thing that this event always has, plenty of things to Instagram. So definitely get your tickets.
And they have a best dress competition. So go hard.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, go hard. Or, you know, if you want to be regular, be regular. But if you want to win, you're going to have to deal with some folks.
Shout out to Mamila Polly Kalan. Said you are beautiful. I appreciate that.
Shout out to her.
Shout out C-Cash, following instructions and dropping his information in the chat as needed.
All right, well, he can't win, so.
Oh,
He's not allowed to win. He on the show.
okay. Shout out Jason Marie, 22, with the IG handle. I like that. I see you.
I appreciate that. I like that y'all are excited about it, man. We're going to let y'all go through it. But one more announcement before we get rolling into the topics.
Yes.
This episode is sponsored by SippinWitSammie Brewing Company.
Hey.
You know what I'm saying? Do you have a graphic for the SippinWitSammie Brewing on deck anywhere?
I do.
Give them the rundown real quick, man, for the Sippin' with Sammie Brewing. We can't neglect our sponsors.
This is true. Give me 1 second. I have to adjust my flyer size.
And when I say sponsored by, in cohesion with the bent wine situation, of course.
Absolutely. All right. So, Sippin' with Sammie Brewing Company variety packs are available now.
Oh,
Please
man.
DM at Sippin' with Sammie to get yours today. That's SippinWitSammie. The Sippin' with Sammie variety pack includes 2 of each of the following beers. We got our La La Lager, the What You Sippin' on IPA, and our Damn Near Wheels Black IPA. It's a great variety, 3 different beers, something for every type of beer drinker. So definitely get with Sammie and get your pack today.
More flavors to come. Way more flavors to come. I got some names on deck too. Ooh, I'm excited. But no, I see the chat populating. I appreciate y'all. But we're going to start with our weekend recap real quick, Kay?
Absolutely. And I see Cash flirting in the chat.
Oh, man.
He said, "Who's that? She pretty with the hard eyes." And I know he ain't talking about me, so.
I got a feeling who that is. All right.
I do too.
I see him working. I see you working, pimping. What I was about to say. Oh yeah, weekend recap.
All right, hold on. Let me situate my situations.
I got you. That's this week. Yeah, but I'm laughing, and mind you, we have multiple chats to monitor, so everybody's eligible. We're not speaking specifically to any one platform. It's 1 of the 100 for that reason. And if you duplicate a number, we will go with the first one.
Yeah.
We don't have no other choice.
Yep.
If I can manipulate another situation, then we might be able to give something out next week also. We still got time next week, right?
Yes, next week is the last week leading up to the event, so.
Yeah, so if you don't win this week, tap in next week. We might be doing it all over again because the Bent Wine family loves me.
That part. Oh, I forgot to turn our third camera on.
Oh man, you missing the camera?
Yeah.
The lens is on and all that. That's crazy.
I know. I told
That's
you I was
crazy.
running a little behind today.
No, it's all good. We good. They in here. So the weekend recap. What happened this weekend, Kay?
Oh man, what happened this weekend? Great question. I don't remember what we did on Friday. I think we filmed or something.
Yeah, probably. No, we chilled.
No, we chilled. You're right. Saturday, I spent the majority of the day watching the Olympics, like I have for the last 15 days. Did we do anything on Saturday?
Yeah, Saturday. My little cousin.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to my little cousin, man. She going to Widener University. I'm not going to give up her government on it because I don't play with y'all. But shout out to little cuz. She going to Widener. Congratulations. We went to a trunk party. We're surrounded by family, surrounded by love, her homies, her younger siblings and little cousins. And trunk parties, it's something that I had when I went away to college. Mm-hmm. It's something that if you're blessed, you're able to have. And the most important thing is to have love and to have support. And you want to get gifts. You want to be able to fill your room up with some stuff. But at the same time, I think she got the best of both worlds for what you get from a trunk party. But having it itself is a blessing. So I was just glad to be a part of it. It was a beautiful, beautiful time. And my family is hilarious. If y'all don't know, I have night and day on both sides of my family. But both sides are equally hilarious. It's ridiculous.
That's fair. That's fair to say.
It's ridiculous. So I had a great time kicking it with them. I tried to sit inside and do what I usually don't do because of what the event was. And, you know, just take in all of the speeches and all of the acknowledgments and watch the gift opening. But, of course, my cousins was outside sipping without me. But it's all good, man, because when I popped back outside, where you at? Where you was at? We had the cup. But it's all good. I had a great time.
Oh, that's where they were the whole time?
It was outside pouring drinks. You know, everybody always pop their trunk in my family. Everybody in my family got an SUV with a cooler or a trunk with a box in it.
I noticed the room got a little empty at some point, but
you
I did not peep.
One of my little cousins that's a little older, he's in college, like I think he's a junior or senior now. Mm-hmm. He was floating around with a mystery cup all night, and he kept leaving, walking out the door and coming back in, and it was the same level as before, like what he drunk down since I looked at it. So I knew what it was. I knew what the play was, but I just wanted to be a family man. It's all good.
That's fair.
It's all good. I drink with them all the time at events. Like I said, usually I be outside. I be outside. I can smoke out there and all that. But also last night, man. Shout out to Dice Raw for the invite.
Absolutely.
The legend Dice Raw hit me up.
Mm-hmm.
One of my favorite verses in Philly hip hop history, probably in all of hip hop history, is Dice Raw on Clones as a young man.
Mm-hmm.
But he invited us to church. He told us, "Come on, pull up to church." So we pulled up. I went. Kay went. We seen a lot of great performers. I networked with a lot of dope people. I was able to bump into Carla Gamble last night, and she ran up on me and was like, she need to slide. So guess what? Y'all gonna see her on this stool soon next to me. Very excited about that.
I was about to say, I feel like last night was a good mix of familiar faces and overwhelmingly a bunch of faces that I either did not recognize, but I knew their names and hadn't met them in person yet, or that I just hadn't seen since before the pandemic.
Yeah.
So that was it was a good room to be in. A lot of people that don't necessarily be in the same circles all the time.
And what was crazy about it was the whole people that I met for the first time in person.
Yeah.
Because the industry is what the industry is, and we all on each other's news feeds, timelines. I support a lot of people that I haven't met in person, and I'm liking, I'm commenting, I'm sharing, I'm putting them in my stories, all of that. So quite a few people ran up on me and either gave me familiarity just because they couldn't figure out how, but it was love and we got it situated. And a lot of people were just saying it was good to meet you in person, good to see you in person, good to meet you in person. And that's like, I like to connect those dots. I like to be amongst people and really be able to touch them and tell them personally, had a conversation personally instead of on Instagram, because we know how much gets lost in type. I wanted to make translation and typing one word, but I fucked it up. But yeah, Cash don't kill me. Typelation.
There you go.
Shit gets lost in typelation.
Speaking of Cash, before you keep going, he did say,
we not pausing for Cash. If he was doing, he could have been hit.
"Kay, I love your shirt, but as a battle rapper, I couldn't wear it." Yeah, that was a corny one.
Get bent.
Anyway.
It says wine 2 words later.
Right.
So no, it was a good room to be in. We walked in actually on Dice Raw performing, and he was rocking out. Still got it.
With the band.
With the band, live band in the room, and they was killing it.
Yeah.
And then he threw a loop in a whole situation and told him Keith from up the block wanted to rap. So Keith got up there and spit for like another 30 bars, and Keith went kind of crazy. It was really entertaining.
Yep.
It was comedic and it was lyrical, and he had some lines that was heavy, but it was just funny because Keith old school, so when he wants to fit something in, he'll just speed through the sentence. And Cash, you know what I'm talking about. Like, he'll just say the whole sentence real quick and then jump back in pocket. And he did that a couple of times, but every time he did it, it was funny and it was worth it. So I dug that. And then on top of that, my man Boogie Mandela was in there, man, rocking the stage. Pink Lee was with him, doing her thing. She killed part of the set also. And I got to just see a lot of dope performers. Hove Lane sticks out. I forget the group of young ladies that was performing that I never saw before. And they was amazing.
It was a play on Queens.
Oh man, but shout out to Nell.
Yeah.
Shout out to my man Nell. We'll probably talk. We should be talking to them soon.
I got their QR code in my bag, so we'll figure it out.
I actually followed one of the young ladies today because she took a picture with Tweet. Shout out to Tweet. I'm gonna actually miss a meeting in a couple hours on Zoom from Tweet because we gonna be live.
Shout out to some of the other performers from last night. K-Hawk.
Yeah, K-Hawk was dope.
Yeah, I had heard his name before, probably because it's the same name as mine. But
yeah, spelled the same. That's weird.
Yeah, K-A-E. It's a strange spelling for K, but he uses it too. And I had seen his name before on the gram, but I had never seen him perform or heard him. So it was dope to hear him. I thought he was good.
Yeah, he was real good.
I'm trying to think of who else we saw. That one band that had
the rock band.
Yeah, with the white guy.
Yeah, they got busy.
There were 2 rock bands with white guys.
And actually, I'm gonna get the information because we gonna reach out to them anyway.
Yeah.
I'll get the information from Dice.
Actually, one of them has been messaging me today because I connected with him. So
Okay, word. Good job.
yeah, shout out to them. If he was messaging me from his band page, I would tell you the name, but it's his government, so I'm not gonna do that.
Right. But we'll get it together. But
yeah.
Overall, great night. The bar was awesome. Drinks was situated.
Yep. The service in there was immaculate.
Yo, shout out to Vinyl. We was in Vinyl. I don't know if I announced that. It's called Vinyl. It's on 15th Street down Center City.
Yep.
Right past Chestnut and all of that. Really dope spot. Good look. Sound system is immaculate. Whoever the sound guy was in there
He
last
was on
night.
point.
I don't know if he's house sound or if he's there every night.
From the equipment setup, I would assume he's house sound.
You would assume that there's only one or two people, right?
Yeah.
And it's him, and then it's somebody on his off night.
But if you're looking for somebody somewhere in Philadelphia to perform, I must say that
Vinyl is a fire venue.
it was a fire venue. That was my first time there, and in Philly venues, sound is really hit or miss, especially in small venues like that. But for it to have the service it had, the look that it had, it was very classy inside and beautiful.
And it's a backdrop y'all ain't performed in front of no more.
Facts.
Before. If you on that stage, the look that you gonna get from them videos is official.
Yeah.
I like that stage a lot.
It looked really nice in there. So the footage is gonna be awesome. We're gonna drop it on SippinWitSammie channel eventually.
Oh yeah, the Trippin' with Sammy will be available soon. We did bring the cameras.
Yes, we did.
Mm-hmm.
So stay tuned for that. I got a few Trippin' with Sammies in the tuck that I've been trying to put together and get out. But we drop a lot of content, so it's tough to keep up.
Anybody want an intern?
Yes, we are hiring video editing interns. My video editing is not difficult. It does not require effects, so please get at me if you want to start to put together SippinWitSammie video content for us.
And mind you, it don't require effects right now. If you want to turn it up, then we pay for that too.
C-Cash said he's sorry he couldn't make the show.
Guess what? Nobody cares.
Ooh,
Psych, we love you, Cash.
love you, Cash.
Love you, Cash.
We missed you.
You still here with us in spirit, good brother. And to be honest, I'll be real, Cash was going to come. He just ain't watched the Olympics.
Yeah.
So, it is what it is.
It would have been, the vibe yesterday would have been a real good date night, though, too, I must say.
For quite a few people, it was.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, and for the gentlemen, for the gentlemen that's in here, go to the next church. They in there.
Oh, yeah.
They in there. I seen something in there last night that just... I was talking to somebody. I'm not going to say who I was talking to. And she was behind me. And I knew when he saw her by his reaction. And he got stuck. And I said, bro, she been sitting there all night, bro. Yeah. And I mean, like, sheesh.
It was lots of yams.
Yams.
Lots of
Yeah.
yams.
Got.
Whew.
Ain't that what the kids say?
Yeah,
But
something
no,
like that.
dope ass weekend, and on top of the Olympics, like we about to get into that. But no, I had fun. I was glad to be able to make both events. I missed quite a few events, but for whoever's tapped in that really cares about me, if I missed your event, that's why I wasn't there. I had to do the family thing on Saturday. Sunday, I had a special invite from somebody that I admire, and we went and pulled up and caught a vibe.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and shout out to Del P, man. He said he performed his new single for the first time at City Winery the same night, last night. Boogie Mandela had just left performing with him
Heavy.
when he came to where we was at. So shout out to Del, man. Big things in Guam, boy.
Absolutely.
Big things in Guam, boy.
All right. You ready to do this?
Let's do it! I'm mad my applause don't work.
Let me fix it for you.
All right, we'll fix it real quick.
All right.
We about to get into the Olympics real quick. A legendary Olympics, a monumental Olympics. Olympics that actually had me thinking the whole time, is this possibly I think it was two things.
Wait, before we get into your Olympics,
What's
remind
wrong?
the people one more time about this.
All right, let's
wine
do that. Let's do
situation.
that. Good. Because I was about to say too much, I think, so I wanted to say it right. So subscribe to the channel if you want to. If these are the rules, if you want to win the Bent Wine Polo Classic Festival tickets from us on SippinWitSammie. They are on the screen, I believe. Subscribe to the channel, like this video, comment a number. Is this row? Comment a number between 1 and 100.
Try it now.
We good. Along with your IG handle And the winner will be announced around 7:30 p.m. Around 7:30 p.m. because, like I said, it's a live show. We got to keep the flow of production going. Once again, subscribe to the channel, like the video, comment a number between 1 and 100 in your IG handle, and winner will be announced around 7:30 p.m. Let's give a round of applause for Bent Wine. Classics, man. I mean, they around the corner from doing stadium. This is a real situation, and it's fun.
Is this the same location as last year or a new spot?
I actually didn't check.
I know the location is called something Festival Grounds, so I thought it might be a new one.
No, this is different.
Yeah.
This is different. Before it was on a farm.
That's what I thought. So I think this is a new location for this year. Still in Jersey, but I would imagine it's definitely got to be bigger.
It's about an hour outside of Philly usually. Mm-hmm. It's somewhere in between New York and Philly. Mm-hmm. In that part of those parts of Jersey. So it'll be good. It'll be good.
Definitely.
And matter of fact, we got the flyers up. You can go to the pages and check out the flyers. You could look up the address if you want. See what you're dealing with, but it's well worth the travel, and just drink bent wine respectfully and responsibly so you can get back safe. Or book you a room out there. It might be worth it. We paying for your tickets.
Right. Make it a little getaway. I like that.
Little couples trip, little girls trip. I don't know. Wine festivals bring all type of groups out.
All right. Let's
Mostly
get into
women,
it.
though. Mostly groups of women, 5, 6, 7 deep at day joints. That's what I'm saying.
All right. So as Sam was mentioning earlier, today is a special episode of the SippinWitSammie podcast because the Olympics just ended, and we're going to get into it. We're going to discuss all of it. We're going to go through everything that the U.S. did, some things that other countries did, but not so much because we're U.S. And we're going to talk about the Olympics in all of its glory. That being said, yes. Great place to start, Sam.
Yeah, boy!
First and foremost, huge congratulations to everybody who was able to compete, everybody
Absolutely.
who came together to make this event happen, from the producers, the organizers, the athletes themselves, the coaches, and everybody in between.
The officers, the ambulance workers, the fire department, the city workers, everybody. Sanitation.
Yes. I know that something of this magnitude and this scale is a very difficult undertaking, and especially considering the political climate that we are in currently.
Around the world.
Around the world, yes. For the Olympics to go off in the manner that they did with so little controversy overall in comparison to previous Olympics and
in
everything.
this day and age with all the access we got now.
Exactly. This was overall a huge success for Paris. So shout out to everybody who was responsible for making these things happen.
Yeah, boy!
100%. But now, I guess it's time to get into it, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the first thing we gotta talk about. Where's my graphic? I didn't put my graphics in order today either, so it's gonna be a hot mess.
It's your life together, Kay.
I know. Oh, I can't even find it.
Expand your screen.
No, it's not that. I don't. Oh, there it is. Okay.
There you go. It's right there. I see it. I didn't know what it was till it was. Nah, that's a good one. And shout out to Kay. She does all the production, the behind the scenes. We drop topics on her. When I say we, whoever you probably seen sit up here has sent her stuff at last minute to put together. She figures it all out, man. Figures it all out. And she works a 9 to 8, so it's different.
That I do. All right, let's get into this final medal count. So, where we ended up, the U.S. did end up leading the way in terms of overall medals.
Yeah, boy!
The U.S. finished with 126 overall medals. China had 91 overall medals. France had 64 overall medals. And then Great Britain had 65, Australia had 53, and Japan had 45. That kind of rounds out the top 5 there. In terms of golds, this is where things get interesting. So the U.S. ended up with 40 gold, and China also ended up with 40 gold.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the first time since, I believe, 84 this is the most golds that France has had, or the most medals that France has had since in their Olympic history. Let's start there. This is the most medals that we have had since 1984.
I didn't know that.
Yes. And this is the first time that we didn't lead the gold count since Beijing.
That's why I always thought. That's why I didn't think the count was irregular, because we always seem to lead the gold count most of the time, and that I can remember.
That's true. I think that this year had an increase in individual sports that were able to get medals over some previous years, which increased our medal count. And then we also just kind of cleaned up in terms of bronze and silvers, and there was no Russia.
And we sent 574 athletes.
Yeah. Yeah. That too.
Woo!
Woo-wee.
You see our boat. Our boat was rocking.
Yes, it was.
We talked about the opening ceremonies already, so we good. What do you think about the medal count, though? What's your opinion on that? Do you think, what did we miss out on that we could have got that one up on? I guess would be the best. Would it be the men's relay when they dropped the baton? They had the baton fiasco?
I think that was our biggest screw up in the Olympics. I think that some of the other places that we didn't score as strongly as we have in the past, our men's swimming, our diving didn't do poorly, but it didn't do great either, and that's where China wins a lot of their medal count.
Yep. Little motherfuckers be flipping.
And I would also say that some of the X Games style sports that we were actually favored to win, we usually got silver.
Silver and
so
bronze,
like
yeah.
Skateboarding park, we got silver. Sport climbing, we got silver, speed climbing men's, we got bronze. Sport climbing women's, we got silver. Sport climbing men, I can't remember. I believe we got silver there too. But yeah, overall it was we got a lot of silvers where we might have been able to get a gold.
Oh, so it wasn't just the one that I was thinking of. All right, well, I mean, it is what it is.
No, it was a few of those situations.
At the end of the day, 40 is heavy.
I would also say that China had an extremely great year. And again, you can't discount the fact that Russia wasn't there, because there's a lot of sports that come down to China, the U.S., and Russia.
Yeah.
Most notably gymnastics and things of that nature. So
that's why all our comic books and shit always look. Anyway.
Yeah. And because Russia wasn't there, a lot of our Eastern European countries also did very well at these games. Like, I believe Slovenia had quite a few medals, and Bulgaria, Lithuania had a few. You might not necessarily see those if Russia is competing as well.
I hear that.
So the other thing I wanted to point out about medal count is we did have a few countries receive their first medals in Paris. So Albania, Cabo Verde, Dominica, St. Lucia, and the refugee Olympic team all got their first medals in Paris. St. Lucia, we actually watched that race for sure. That was the track star who ended up winning the 100.
100,
Yeah, against Sha'Carri.
Mm-hmm.
So that was their first medal as a country. What do you think? What do you think of that?
I think it's amazing. I think that's like in the Olympics. This is the world is watching. Most of the world is participating, and for a country like St. Lucia, somewhere that people benefit from more than they benefit from the world,
Mm-hmm.
I think if they had an opportunity to get their first one, and the young lady was talented as hell, we saw that. I think sometimes watching them get their first is bigger than watching one of ours get the gold sometimes. I think, like, I could appreciate it the same as if Sha'Carri would have Sha'Carri would have gotten the gold anyway. And on top of that, I don't think silver is losing. And I saw a lot of posts that said she lost, and I'm like, she went over there and got silver. She the second fastest in the world. Like, what are we talking about?
Right.
It's so confusing. So no, I love to see that. I seen a few countries that it was their first or their first in that competition, or like it was a lot of firsts. There was a lot of people that came out of retirement. There was all type of moments that was like, well, that was supposed to happen. That's dope. That's a blessing. That opens up the field. That gives people, inspires people to participate and give it a shot. That might actually could do some dope stuff and put something on their bucket list they ain't even know existed. So I thought it was fire, man. I love that. I love that. For all the kids in her country and all the people that support her, I think that's awesome, man. We're not talking about a lot of people.
No.
When you talk about St. Lucia, like, that's awesome.
Absolutely.
You can't hate on that at all. I don't understand. I don't think it's a loss for anybody in situations like that. And Sha'Carri got a slow start.
Yeah, she did.
So she, she went through some things to get on that track that day, but it was what it was, man. She was excited, and she congratulated that young lady. So I'm riding with Sha'Carri.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I thought,
And she didn't even look disappointed. She looked excited. Why act like she wasn't happy about her moment? So it's cool. St. Lucia won and Sha'Carri won too. We good. We was good on that one. That's the silver I didn't mind at all. At all.
I also loved that the refugee team got their first medal, and that was Cindy Nyjah, and she is a boxer.
Okay.
Who got a bronze this year.
Shout out to
in
her,
her weight,
man.
in
That's
her
dope.
weight class.
See,
Yep.
I wanted to ask you what that medal was because I didn't know what they won.
Don't worry, I was already on it, and she.
But I did go through the list a few days ago, and from top to bottom, you'd be surprised, man. We talking about not getting the most golds. There's countries that are ecstatic about having 1, 2, 3 medals in the whole thing, 7 medals, stuff like that. So like, come on, man, we good. We good. Let some of these people win. Go ahead, my bad.
So she was born in Cameroon and moved to the UK at the age of 11. So she actually trains with the Great Britain boxing team, but she qualified for the Olympics as a refugee boxer.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. That's beautiful, yo.
Yep.
I like to hear that type of stuff. Just like, what was it, South Sudan?
Yeah.
They story, they don't even have indoor gyms yet. And shout out to Luau Deng and everything he's doing to rectify that. But like, to see them go on a major stage and do their thing and show people that they ready to give it up and they got some players that might need some looks, you got to celebrate that, man. It's not just about us.
Absolutely. Well, since we're already there, I guess we might as well start with some men's basketball, right?
All right, let's do it. I actually thought today we'd probably be going in order. So.
Yeah, we are, I think.
All right, cool. Any comments before we get into the next one?
No, I was ready.
All right, we good. Yo, make sure that y'all comment number 1 through 100 if you want to win that spot at the Bent Wine Polo Classic Festival. Yeah, Lil Mo gonna be there. 1 through 100. Follow the directions. We gave y'all the directions. We gonna give them to y'all again. Y'all gotta make sure y'all subscribe. Y'all gotta make sure y'all like this video. Give me a number between 1 and 100 with your Instagram handle, and we will be announcing the winner around 7:30.
Yep.
My bad. Go ahead.
All right, so men's basketball. Let's start with, I guess, the Serbia game. And before we get into the actual game itself, let's start with the anthem, because the internet definitely reacted to this situation. So if you watch the game, obviously Serbia versus the U.S., it starts with both teams having their national anthem played. So the U.S. was played, and U.S. players acted exactly how you would expect them to act in the NBA. They were, standing there, but not necessarily like showing any additional signs of patriotism or, they were standing there. They were being respectful. They're being players. Anyway, so the Serbian team, they put
Black Americans.
They put their arm around each other.
They sang along.
The
They were entire crowd was singing.
It was like It was such a demonstration of like, I love my country.
Patriotism at its finest, yo. I was like, this is I tell American athletes all the time, yo. Once you start going against international athletes, these people are playing for something different than you.
Yeah.
Y'all playing for dollars. They playing for the world, Craig.
And now, if you're American, you probably didn't really think too much of this because, again, this is how our players react when the anthem is played in the NBA as well, which it happens before every game. It's just kind of a routine. You don't really think much of it. You stand, and then you go play ball.
Right. It's a formality.
Yeah. So, for most Americans who are watching, this didn't seem abnormal. This didn't seem disrespectful. It was fine. International folks, though, just
I didn't
took...
know this.
Yes. International folks just took this contrast. It was all over, like, international news, if you look at foreign news sites.
International K.
They were really pointing out the stark difference. And I wanna find the article because some of the international headlines were hilarious. Just give me 1 second. Go ahead.
Yo, I didn't know this was a thing. That's funny. I had no idea that they had comments. I guess there would be some commentary, but you speaking like it was an uproar of commentary, and that's interesting. But I can see how that would happen because the contrast was stark.
Yes.
It was stark contrasting going on. Like I commented on it while we was watching it. I was like, yo, you see how they all rocking out and everybody holding each other and everybody's like trying to sing. Like, you know how you be in church and everybody stand up and sing and you like mumble and you like say the highlights and stuff like that? Like, no, they were belting this stuff out. And I'm like, this is different.
I just got the reactions. So here's what some international news platforms had to say. The Daily Romania said, hands in your pants during the national anthem, ? This is like insulting your own mother.
Warmest part of your body is your nuts. My bad.
Global Dissident said they should be banned from playing on the national team.
Wow.
Mario ZNA said, how can they disrespect their country so much? I have always wondered how true Americans feel when they see such disrespectful behavior. Vito said, refs were singing the U.S. anthem like the Serbian team did theirs. Catherine B. Roy said, well, everyone from the Serbian team has actually been born in Serbia and probably many generations before their families. Serbians are known for loving Serbia.
That's a fact.
Arminus, I don't know who that is,
That's a
but
fact.
he said, I'm a citizen of the USA. I wanted Serbia to win. The NBA are trash and not my countrymen.
I'm about to say he's probably a 45er. Like we from the city of Sunny.
His name is Arminius, so of course.
45er.
Somebody said, and the East is supposed to be uncivilized. But yeah, there was a bunch of them. This was...
Did my battery die?
No, it's on.
All right.
I can see it.
Yeah, stop for a minute. I think
Oh.
it got a time limit. This is my mug from the festival last week, by the way. Only reason I ain't rapping with the SippinWitSammie joint. This is my mug. Oh, they got me looking crazy. Hold up. There we go. So yeah. Anyway, just wanted y'all to be aware. But that's crazy. What do you think? Like,
Yeah, so what do you think of those reactions?
I think it's multiple things, right?
Yeah.
One, we are the Kaepernick era of athletes.
Yes.
We just seen some things go down, and we're seeing a lot go down in this country, where as excited as we might be to represent the positives of this country, we're not getting overly excited about how we feel in this country.
Well,
And as Americans, it's really not our tradition to even get excited like that during the national anthem.
And something you need to remember about Eastern Europe is the countries in Eastern Europe, for the most part, when all of them split up after, the post-Soviet Union situation, a lot of these countries were split based off of their tribal lines or like geographical sects, basically races of people that they decided were going to create countries from. So when you're celebrating Serbian pride, it means more than just celebrating your country pride.
Right.
And I don't want to say that it's a racial pride because it's not the same type of race that we talk about here in America with white versus black and that type of thing. It's like a pride for your ancestry.
They was able to build their own Black Wall Street and not get it burnt down.
Right.
That's what it is. It's people celebrating them because they've done their thing since they've ascended from another situation, and they're proud of what they've built and who they've built and how they congregate. And there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
And that's why I say when I see moments for other countries, like, you gotta love that. It's fire, yo. Certain things you be disappointed, like, damn, I thought we had that one. But when you see somebody else's joy that come from some shit,
Right.
come on, man. No, but I just want to be clear, like, it is what it is. We this country has just been energized by the opportunity to believe in something other than oppression and the same old song. So we're in a space where maybe in a few years, year or so, when the anthem is sung, it might look like some of these rallies we've been seeing. The energy might be behind it, but we don't have the like-minded commonality or understanding of that song. I almost got chumped at a playoff game for the Sixers because I ain't stand up for the anthem. And I was in the booth. Right or wrong.
Sure.
Motherfucker, kick the wall, stand up. I act like I ain't hearing. You crazy? I ain't going nowhere. Come tell me.
So, since we're talking about the Serbia game, let's get into it. The final score for the Serbia game was 95 U.S. to 91 Serbia. Leading scorers for the U.S. team were Steph Curry with 36, Joel Embiid with 19, and LeBron James with 16. If we look at Serbia, Joker had 17 points. Bogdanovic had 20 points, the majority of which were threes, and Armanovic had 15 points. What do you think about that game overall?
That game was tough, but my takeaway from that game overall was I feel like Embiid finally proved that he's not scared of Joker. As somebody that lives in Philly and from Philly and all of that, like, we've seen Embiid avoid Joker's home games every chance he gets. And that night, grab me a beer. That night when I was watching the game, he was aggressive. It was possibly his best game of international play this year. Overall, I believe it was. And it was convincing. And Joker is Joker. He gonna do what he do, but they couldn't do nothing with Embiid. And like we saying 19 points is the most points on the team in certain games and stuff. You gotta understand international play. It's hard to get 19. It's hard to get 30. It's hard to get 25 when you got studs on your team next to you, when you got real motherfuckers that know how to get buckets. So that was my biggest takeaway from the Serbia game, was like, it wasn't a waste of time necessarily to involve Embiid on a U.S. team and let him get booed every night because he could have played for 3 other countries and all of that. It's like, all right, well, this was the game we needed him for, and possibly not necessarily needed him to win, but he showed up. He showed up. That was my biggest takeaway, because outside of that, everything else remained the same. You get a random person off the bench that produce. You get LeBron taking control of the game when it needs to be taken control of. It was all the same in the Serbia game, for real, for me, except that Joel might not be afraid of Joker next season. I was excited about that. And I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm dead serious. I don't like whole shit.
That's fine, but let's start with the fact that this game was a nail biter.
It was.
Like, the entire first half, we were down by a significant amount.
Absolutely.
And we really fought to come back, but it should have never been that way.
I mean, it's a sign of the times. Look at the top 10 players in the NBA. Look where they from. People thought Shea Gilgeous was American. He's a Canadian.
I'm saying it shouldn't have been that way, because we should have played better. Like, we came out sleep. Well,
coaching has been part of the issue throughout the whole tournament. who gets played, who doesn't get played, why, the manipulation of the lineups and all of that. So that may be a part of it. Also, like, it's the Olympics. They might be partying. But my thing is, when I'm watching games, and the camera cut off on me, when I'm watching some of these games and I'm trying to figure out what's going on in the first half, one thing that's in the back of my mind is that we are the deepest team in the tournament. There's not nobody that has more depth than us. So when you only have 5 fouls to give, even though the game is shorter, guess what? We gonna win in the end, unless it's like, I feel like in those situations, even when we start off down, I still feel like if we lose, it's our fault. If that makes sense, because I'm a former athlete too. Like, I know how, like, basketball is a game of runs. If you could withstand the other team's run, then you could come back. If a team could score 20 more points than you in a half, then you could score 20 more points than them in a half, and y'all can go in overtime. It's possible. So even though we look at the U.S. team like they supposed to blow everybody out, I'm realistic with the fact, which leads to my initial point, that a lot of the international players are really leveling up, and we are playing by European rules. The whole goaltending thing, the 90 feet as opposed to 94 feet, the time limit, the aggressiveness that's allowed or not allowed, and when they decide to blow their whistle or don't blow their whistle, like, all of that is different. So I expected certain things, and also we knew that we never knew what to expect out of Curry. But one thing that I'll give Curry, because the media isn't giving it to him, is those games when he didn't shoot well, he facilitated every other way possible on the court. He was always a presence when he was on the court. There was multiple games where Curry wasn't up, and certain things Curry wasn't doing great, and certain things happened. And I literally said to you, all the bullshit started happening when they sat down Brian and Curry.
Yeah.
I said, what just happened? Brian and Curry ain't on the court. Remember I kept saying that? Because defensively, movement, attention. People have to pay attention to Curry. Like, when he cuts baseline, 3 people start looking. Where you going? What are you doing? Like, that matters. That gets other players open. So his contributions, even before the game that we're going to get into, or, you know, this night he had a good night. It's just like, it was what it was. I think that the team didn't necessarily weren't put in a position when you subbing in 5 at a time in the beginning of the game. You're not really looking for chemistry. You trying to get certain people time. Or Anthony Edwards would have got more time.
Yeah.
Because even if you don't play the other two, Halliburton and Tatum, why is one of the most explosive players, young players in the league, with the legs under him, that plays great defense, not in there when it get tight?
Good question.
I feel like we thinking about legacy moments and stuff when we making subs. Like, he deserves this because he's been here, or this is his last, or this is he, and these guys have other opportunities. I think a lot of that was going on with the coaching over just win the game.
That would explain a lot.
It would explain everything.
That would explain a lot.
Real rap. Like, they assume Tatum and Halliburton going to be there in 2028, right?
Yep. Yep, that makes sense.
And Anthony Edwards is just a different kind of dog. So he got more minutes, but there was plenty of times he should have been on the court. Bam Adebayo. Why we never played 2 7-footers next to each other against some of these teams?
Yeah, I didn't see that till France.
Like, that was crazy.
Yeah.
So that's what my take from it.
That's fair.
What y'all saying in the chat? Did y'all watch? Y'all ain't watch. Look, y'all just waiting on little more tickets. Y'all should have watched the Olympics, at least the basketball. Damn. It was entertaining as hell. I ain't gonna lie. 3-on-3 was a little weird, but it's another thing when you deal in international sport, they have to make up a set of rules that make sense to everybody, and you just had to get adjusted to how the gameplay went for the most part.
I'll be honest, I actually
The
really...
12-second shot clock was crazy at first. I was like, oh, I get it. But you know, you only get 10 seconds to bring the ball up the court, and most fast point guards can get it up a court in 4 seconds. So it's like 12 seconds is like, it should have been probably 16 to 18, 14 to 18.
I actually, going back to 5v5, I really appreciated the rule about the rim. I thought that
The
that made
goaltender
for
rule?
I thought that made for really interesting basketball.
I think we fell on the short end of that mostly though.
Oh, I agree. But I think watching how France treated that rule and like actually played to it, it made for really interesting basketball.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like their goaltending rule because it leaves too much space for interpretation. I think ours is stricter for a reason, right? Because literally taking the ball off of the cylinder is like you get certain players, we can do this all day.
Yeah.
And when you correlate that with the 3-second rule change, you could just post up in a post and stand there. So I could put somebody like Wemby that doesn't want to shoot the three in front of the rim, and every time y'all shoot that bitch, he could just take the ball off the rim. That's a crazy game. There's going to be a monster that's created that changes that rule.
I agree.
And I'm saying in conjunction with the way that you could run 3 seconds. Like, it's just not fair.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And I think that's the rule we come at this short. And we've seen in the last 3 games, they started just getting really accustomed to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Absolutely.
So you stand there watching shit bounce.
So should we talk about the France game?
Yeah, let's get to it.
All right. So in the final match after we beat Serbia, we played France. And if you don't already know, France has a huge legacy when it comes to FIBA basketball. They are one of the greats, have been one of the greats, and that is why some of the best basketball players are coming straight from France.
We played them last time.
Yep. I'm trying to find the...
Graphic? Oh.
No, the box score.
You want me to look for it or you got it?
I'm going.
Alright.
So, here it is.
This game was fun.
This game was fun. So the final score... No, that's FIBA.
Look at you.
All right. Final score was 98-87. The U.S.
Mm-hmm.
to give us our 5th consecutive gold medal in men's 5-on-5 basketball.
Mm-hmm.
I still can't find the actual box score, so it's not telling me who had the most points right away.
I don't know what you looked up, but I'll try to Google it myself.
Curry scored 24 points, all on 3-pointers.
Mm-hmm. Hit 8 3-pointers for 24.
Here it is, finally. Here we go. Devin Booker had 15 points, 6 rebounds.
That played great.
Kevin Durant had 15 points, 4 rebounds. LeBron had 14 points, 6 rebounds. And those were the leading scorers for the U.S.
After Curry's 24.
After Curry's 24, yes. France, of course, Wemby had 26 points. He was great. Also, Yabusele. Is that how you say his name? Yabusele?
No, it was Jabu. I forget how you pronounce. That wasn't it though. I gotta see it to say it.
It's...
But the big man.
Yeah.
The one that dunked on Brian.
Gershon Yabusele or something.
Yeah.
He had 20 points, 2 rebounds, and he was kicking our ass.
He was going
At a
nuts,
few
and I knew
points.
he was going to go nuts. I said that at the beginning of the game.
And those were the leading scorers for France.
No, congratulations to the U.S. And actually, congratulations to France. Y'all won silver. I don't want to act like they ain't fall in the silver category. Like, they didn't go home empty-handed. And Yabusele played a great game. The point guard with the cornrows that was challenging shit, I banged with him. Like, it was a lot that went on in there, like, where they was balling and they was locking up. They was locking up and they was hitting threes. And every time that the U.S. cheated and tried to double somebody, they got it to the open man and he hit the open three. That was happening the entire first half.
Yeah.
That was the whole thing. But LeBron has this composure, Durant has this composure, and Curry has this fire that is just different. It's so different. And the U.S. has found a way throughout this tournament because they played mostly tough games throughout the tournament.
Yeah.
To relax, find a way to chip away at a lead, little by little, even though it's usually ugly. No, it's not even fun getting there sometimes. It's like weird. Like, what are we doing? And then you realize, okay, it's working. And next thing you know, LeBron makes a play, Curry makes a play, Durant makes a play. And we back in it. And this night, Chef Curry was in the fucking kitchen, bro. Steph was out there acting like a man possessed. And that's why he is who he is and what he is, because we've never seen nothing like that before. That meme that I saw today about that last shot that he shot over the two motherfuckers, and then you look opposite court and Durant and Bron is wide open. And it was like only a madman would take this shot with them two open. And that's the realest thing I ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, he is a phenom unlike no other. And we're going to get some more shooters. But we ain't going to get a whole lot of them that have the excitement level and can dribble the ball and misdirect and do all of the things that he does to get a shot off. When he has somebody 7 foot that runs up in his face when he's about to shoot a three-pointer and he makes a jab step, I'm still thinking he's about to hit the three because he's going to find another way to get this shot off. And I went to high school with Lynn Greer, a motherfucker that'll get an air 1-3 quicker than anybody. They know how to use their body and they know how to finish with contact.
Yeah.
Or with extreme circumstance. We seen Steph shoot shots that was so high in the air, it felt like forever to wait for that thing to go down to see if it connected or not. So, like, we saw the magic of Steph. We saw the fact that USA men's basketball is still on top. But we also have been made aware of the fact that we on notice.
Oh, yeah.
We on notice. Wemby played great. Damn, we getting the women's later. But, like, yeah, France is ready. France is ready, and they fans are ridiculous. They are not playing.
So do you think overall that we sent the right team to the Olympics this year?
If they won gold, we sent the right team. Can we just simplify the whole, like, there are people that I would have preferred to see on that team. Absolutely. Especially in some of the situations that both teams wound up in. There were certain people that I was like, well, you know, if y'all had grabbed this person, we wouldn't have had a scoring drought. They wouldn't be going to the rack like that. Certain things wouldn't be happening. But if they won gold, then they were the right team. Period. We got to stop doing this social media thing where it's like, well, I didn't get what I want, so I'm going to keep bashing them. They won gold.
Right.
They accomplished the goal. If they won silver in basketball, that's a failure for the U.S. But they won gold. They won gold. It's not an individual sport. It's a team sport. It's one of the biggest draws in the whole situation. And once again, men's basketball completed gold. I remember the reason for the Redeem team. I'm going to never down somebody that won the whole thing.
What did you think of
I love seeing Drew Holiday out there, somebody that no matter where he at, he gets the job done. Like, that's crazy. What'd you say?
What did you think of the nickname, the team nickname that LeBron came up with, the Avengers?
I think that right now, Avengers is a term that's kind of lit. Like, I be seeing Kai trying to make Avengers all around the world. He in Paris trying to recruit Avengers. I think it's a fitting name. I think that if you understand what avenging means outside of just the comic book term of it, I think it's fitting. I think
what do you think that they're avenging?
I think that I'm gonna wait for Brian to expand on that because there's the dream team, there's the goddamn team, there's the redeem team. You gotta have the Avengers to follow it up. You see what I'm saying? I don't know what angle that comes from, but it's the only thing that really fits. I couldn't think of a better name. But Brian will tell us. But I think what happened and what we saw a lot of from the U.S., and I know that's what a lot of countries already hate us for, but a lot of our shortcomings in the past have come from not having our swagger on the international stage. Brian and them was out there talking shit. The Olympic gymnast women, what they say, fuck around and find out was the team name.
Yep.
Like, I just like
They changed it to the Golden Girls, which
Yeah,
is
but
still hilarious.
It's
but
hilarious.
We'll get into that later.
And then you got Brian and them biting the medals with the all on the steps stretched out, then the girls emulating it. Like, it was a different energy this year, I think. And I think the Avengers is fitting to that energy.
Okay.
Not to mention, you know, we grab people from everywhere, put them together, and they set shit off. That's still Avengers.
That part.
Yeah.
One more thing I wanted to point out about men's basketball. We were watching this on Peacock, but I'm sure on NBC they had the same coverage. The commentary that
Dwayne Wade?
Yes, Dwayne Wade provided. He was great.
Dwayne Wade was awesome, yo. Dwayne Wade is somewhere in the future of broadcasting. And it's funny because nowadays there's so many platforms that you can't even gauge it, like how it's going to land or how they're going to let him represent himself, because Dwayne Wade is actually an original, very intelligent and very creative personality. He might be able to get a situation that suits his personality as opposed to what we look at and what we're used to.
Mm-hmm.
But on the world stage, discussing basketball at a high level, being biased but also being respectful and acknowledging other things that other countries and what was going on and learning in real time in front of our eyes, I think he did a phenomenal job as an Olympic basketball commentator. I think Dwayne Wade killed that. I think he is one of the ones that we want to hear on the sideline. We got Van Gundy's and all type of people that we love when they're on the sideline. They add a little spice to it. But there was times where I was watching the Olympic Games, and they be going back and forth, and I get confused as which one was Wade until he dropped a joke. Like, he wasn't trying to stand out. Like, you got personalities like Snoop and Kevin Hart's and certain people that when they get on a mic, you're always going to know when they talking.
Yeah.
But Wade will literally just lull you into the monotony the energy of what's going on conversationally, and then he'll just crack a Dwayne Wade joke, and it always fits. He give you a good enough dad joke, you know what I mean, like an older cousin joke, and you be like, all right, that's crazy. So I think he did a great job. I'm glad you brought that up. Dwayne Wade did a phenomenal job on commentary. I'm gonna give him another one of these. And he was tweeting y'all when Noah Lyles was doing his thing. He gave y'all you see he got nail polish on too, right? You about to sign Noah Lyles.
So one of the other consequences of an international game is different areas favor different styles of play, which is something that one of the players from South Sudan was talking about. And he specifically mentioned that there was a lack of African representation in terms of referees at the Olympic Games.
Wasn't a player, that was one of the coaches and GMs of the team, Luau Dang.
Okay. So he was talking about how Africans generally have a more physical style of play, and it's important that there's a referee that is familiar with that style of play and knows how to call that style of play in the Olympics. And what were your thoughts on that?
What was interesting is he specifically said in 2024 we still have this problem. And on the international stage where basketball has been a part of for a long time, and like I say, one of the biggest draws to the events, people don't watch any of the sport events and only watch basketball, just like track and field. You know what I mean? But for it to be such a whole high profile thing that so many countries participate in at a high level, when you're recruiting referees, you're not reaching out to certain demographics. I kind of understand what he's saying. Like, I get it. At the end of the day, them boys was rough. But it was like, I grew up playing like that. Like, a lot of that stuff wasn't really offensive. It only gets offensive if you call it one way and not the other. If we could both push each other, then we pushing each other. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's basically what he's saying. He's saying that it has to be some kind of leeway. Because also, when you playing against European players, and we've seen this on the men's side, the women's side, we've seen it in multiple sports and activities during the Olympics. Countries where everybody plays soccer, if they get plucked, they lay on the ground for 45 seconds. And that's accepted. That's not flopping or none of that. So if I come from a country where I'm used to give a little, take a little, why that's not accounted for by any of the referee staff? Like, I agree with him. I think that there's something to be looked into, and I think that now that he brought it up, it probably would be rectified. Because they did a great job in the Olympics. They represented themselves well. He is a very respected person in the basketball community and internationally. Luau Deng has never done anything that I know of to frown on him about. He's a gentleman and a statesman to the highest degree. And even their coach this year, like he's a problem. So it's like there's certain voices that I think now that he made that statement and it went viral enough that the U.S. thinks it's a big deal, I think it'll get worked on. But I do think that it raises a good point, and part of the reason why it probably hasn't been addressed until now is because nobody had the power to speak about it.
C-Cash said it's certain ways to apply pressure without fouling.
Absolutely. But when you are putting a bunch of international leagues together, essentially, a bunch of international teams which come from a bunch of international leagues, I should say to be more clear, you have to account a little bit for how the game is played in different places other than Europe. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the rules and the way that the game play was skewed is how Wemby grew up playing basketball, for instance. How Jokic and them grew up playing basketball. But there's others like the U.S., and we don't make no excuses for the U.S. because we're supposed to be so dominant. But there's a lot as an NBA player that you have to adjust to play international basketball, to play FIFA ball.
Yeah.
There's a 94 feet of hardwood in America. It's 90 there. We literally seen Devin Booker run out of runway and was like, shit. It's because he's 4 feet short of what he's used to. That matters. When you can take the ball off the rim. I got to get accustomed to that because I don't even know when y'all going to act like I ain't do it the right way. Right? So it's a lot that goes into it. So I think that the more that they can make it understanding, as far as, because refereeing is a motherfucker, man. I don't want to say that, I don't want to discredit the job that refs do because it's rough. But at the same time, the aspects of people that watch the game that are have basketball minds, and they see how some of these refs can manipulate stuff, and we've seen it during these Olympics. We've seen certain stretches where if it was a 50-50 ball, it wasn't going to the U.S. Where there was an opportunity not to call a foul against somebody against the U.S., it wasn't called. And so we felt a little of his pain, but we still got gold, so we're not complaining about it. And I don't think he's complaining about it. I think he's bringing it to light. So, Cash, I feel you, but I also know you ain't watched none of them games.
Fair to say.
Or you'd have been here. Love you to death, bro. Keep them numbers coming, man. We still doing the situation for the situation. We will be announcing soon who won. It's crazy. Trying to get y'all to the Bent Wine Festival featuring Lil Mo. Polo Classic. Situation. Lituated. That's what we doing. Go ahead, Kat.
Absolutely.
We still got TikTok on deck. We still got Twitch on deck. So don't worry about what you... And we still on YouTube. So whatever you see in your comments is what's in your comments. We got them everywhere. We keeping tabs.
All right.
And like I said, if y'all double up, my bad. If y'all double up, we will figure out who did what first.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yep.
But so far, I don't see any doubles, so we're doing okay.
All right, we groovy. I mean, 1 to 100 is a big number, so we gonna be all right. That's why we did it like that.
All right. So why don't you tell the people about what happened to the Curry family?
So, Aisha Curry, Mama Curry, Baby Curry, you know, and Draymond even went viral for a situation where, from what I'm understanding, after everything folded out thus far, because I don't want to say we got to the bottom of it. It's weird to say that, right? But
Yeah.
the information that we have thus far is that there was a situation where the police had blocked off the street, I believe because the French president was around. The Currys had went into a spot across the street from where they parked at and were attempted to get back to their vehicle and were detained, roughly. And somewhere within the melee of the officers trying to, I guess, do their job or follow commands, they were very aggressive, and the baby, the Curry baby, was said to have got hit in the head.
Ooh.
They were yelling that the baby had got hit. They were yelling to the people that were watching, because there were people that were like chanting for him and cheering for him, and they like, or trying to get their attention to get pictures and all of that. Mm-hmm. And they like, if y'all gonna say something, help us. Then Draymond pops on the scene, and Draymond kind of, it seems he takes control of the situation a little bit. At least he takes control away from the women. Like, he takes onus off of them to handle it. Mm-hmm. Would be the better way to say it. And he says, like, yo, if y'all want to rectify it, like, let's. But the baby got hit, and it's just a lot, man. And the internet caught wind of it. It went viral, and it went viral because there's a lot of ways that you can see this, depending on how you see this, right? Because it is international play. It does seem to appear to have happened right after Curry flamed France, right?
Right.
And you assume that these officers know what his family looks like. Now, he wasn't in the video. Mm-hmm. Also, since the video, he posted another video of him boarding a plane in good spirits and all of that, right? So I figure everything has been handled or is in the works of being handled. But to see his family overseas, when they should probably be being handled like royalty to some extent, that distraught, that angry, that frustrated, and to hear that a baby might have been assaulted, whether intentionally or unintentionally, it's just it's a lot, yo. It's shocking as hell. It's not what you want to see.
Yeah.
It's not fun at all. It's not fun. Hopefully the baby's okay, first and foremost. And hopefully this isn't something that's super traumatizing to them. But you know, anytime that you wind up in those situations overseas, one thing you worried about is, I guess, first thing would be protect your child. The second thing is, I don't want to go to jail out here. Or I don't want to get hurt out here, right? Mm-hmm. And I feel like all of those emotions and lack of control and vulnerability was going through their mind. And I hate to see them go through that, because this is not a family that we know to be turned up. This is a family we know to be loving people that move around like they've been in the NBA for a couple generations, as they had.
Yeah.
So, it was just sad to see, man. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. And I disagree with quite a few things that Aisha has said and possibly done in the past, whether that's my business or not. She's giving it to us. But this is a situation where it's like, man, that's that man's wife. Those are women. Get a translator. And they had a translator. But, like, deal with each other. Don't do them like that.
Right.
Figure it out. Figure it out. I've been overseas before in certain places, but, like, no, figure it out. Where we at now?
You ready to move on to women's basketball?
If you don't have anything to say about the Curry family,
I don't.
all right, we good.
I agree with your takes.
All right, we good.
All
I think
right.
you being lazy.
I don't think that's true.
Nah, I think I killed that. You know what I'm saying? When you do your thing, you did.
Damn, Sammy.
And we are an hour and 20
Thanks,
minutes
Sammy.
in and only got to men's basketball, so got a lot to cover tonight. All right, let's talk about the women. So the women played Australia in their semifinal match. They ended up winning pretty handedly. Asia had 4 blocks during this game.
Monster.
You watched the game. What do you think of it overall?
This is the semifinal game against Australia.
Australia.
All right, yeah. I think it was a good game. I think they started slow. They always start slow. Copper, if I'm not mistaken, was one of the ones that helped them get through this one. She showed up. What's the light-skinned girl, the forward that I keep talking about?
Collier.
Yo, she's fire. She showed up. Asia is Asia. I think as a unit they played a good game. I think they figured it out. I feel like the women basketball team, I don't want it to sound weird, right? But we know how like women are more calculated. I feel like they be playing chess and the men be playing Brody.
I mean, this was definitely a defensive game for the Americans, at least.
Yeah.
The final score was 85-64, so they only scored 64 on us.
But they started off the game in a deficit up until the middle of the second.
Who?
U.S.
No, U.S. scored 20 in the first to Australia's 16.
Okay, so I'm mistaking this game for the game before that. All right, cool.
Yeah.
We
This one we were up.
the entire game.
Yes.
Okay, no.
They came back in the fourth a little bit, but
No,
we
that's not the
outscored
game
them
I'm-
in the first, second,
That's
and
not the
third.
game I'm thinking about. That's not the game
Yeah.
I'm thinking about. That's my fault. But no, but that was the game when Copper went crazy. Cause she went crazy in that game and the finals.
You might be right about that. I don't have the.
See, that's where it
Points
becomes
in
a
front of
blur.
me.
A lot of games, a little bit of time,
I know.
a lot of events. No, but my bad, y'all. But no, shout out to them, man. I want to get to the France game.
Well, let's talk about the France game.
Yeah, I know that since we've been on air, these other games have happened, but like this finals was fun, man. I want to get to the finals.
France game was a nail biter. Oh my god.
This is what they call winning by the slimmest of margins.
The slimmest. Oh my god.
You can't lose by half a point.
And so to be clear, if you didn't watch the game, it ended up coming down to the final seconds where the French team shot, and it did go in, but they needed 3 to tie to take us into overtime, and her foot was over the 3-point line when she took off. So it ended up being counted only as a 2. And so the final score...
And shout out to her. She was snapping. What's her name? Wilson?
Yes, Gabby
Williams.
Williams, I believe.
She was snapping from the tip off. And she beautiful. She was going nuts out there.
Here we go.
Ayaya. She was dope. The girl with the ponytail. They had some players, man. They was hooping.
So for the U.S., Asia Wilson had 21. Kahleah Copper had 12. Kelsey Plum also had 12. Those were our leading scorers.
Read Asia's whole stat line. Points, rebounds, blocks, assists.
I don't.
It's not up there?
That.
Because she had like...
I only have minutes and points in front of me.
How many points you said she had? 20? 21?
21.
She had like 12 rebounds, 4 blocks, and something like that. She went nuts.
Yeah.
She started off very slow, though.
Very slow.
She couldn't buy a bucket. I was yelling at the camera. Somebody tell Asia to be Asia, because she was missing layups that she was making when she was 12.
Yes. Yes. So the final score was 67-66, the U.S.
Yeah, super close game. Great game, though. It's similar to when the men played France. I said, I want Wemby to have a great game, but I want him to lose. I want to watch good basketball. I don't want everything to be a blowout. It's cool. If y'all make it tight for 3.5 quarters and then we blow y'all that's a good game, too. But this is good basketball. This is exciting. This is for all the marbles. The world is watching. I'm glad that it was a close game. It was a little too close for comfort, but they pulled it out. Asia was Asia in the second half, especially in the fourth quarter.
Absolutely.
Copper was going nuts. It was a point where I'm telling Copper, slow the fuck down. She had what could have been an air one. She threw the ball off the backboard so hard that I was like, who is you pissed at? But after that, she got it together. And Kahleah Copper, I think her name is. Shout out to North Philly.
So
She went nuts. But I would have loved to see a Arike. I would have loved to see a Angel Reese. I would have loved to see all of them in the game, but they got it done, man. I can't take nothing away from that.
I just found Asia's stats. She had 21 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 blocks.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Yep.
I'll drink to that.
So No, I agree that there were definitely times during this France game, particularly in the first half, that I really was missing not having Caitlin on the bench, not having Angel on the bench, not having Arike on the bench.
But how the Olympics went this year, they might not even play them like that. They might have been the two that ain't getting the game.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
We had a vet. We had DT on the bench in situations where I'm like, DT know how to calm the game down and make a layup. You could have put her in the game then. She was there strictly along for the ride to the medal. So them girls might have been on the same mission.
Yeah. So I think overall, just like with the men, you really can't say that this wasn't the right team to go out there with. They ended up winning the gold. Again and again and again. So,
And they're fun to watch. They dogs.
yes, they are.
They get busy. It wasn't passive, none of that. No position was sweet.
And what was this for the U.S.? The 8th for the women?
8 in a row. What, DT got like 6 of them things or something?
Yeah. That's crazy.
Like, it's different out here, yo.
That's crazy. Talk about longevity.
And I forgot to mention during the men's joint, I seen where Drew said it's been a hell of a couple months. Drew Holiday. Think about winning the chip. They're going through the, you know what I mean? Tatum didn't have the same experience, but it's similar.
Yeah.
Very similar. Like we don't understand. We complain about who don't get in the game. Let's see who complain when they go on a podcast after they come home and who don't. And leave it up to that. Because ultimately, Tatum gave a sketchy commentary. When they asked him would he participate in 2028, he said he wouldn't let his experience on this Olympics dictate whether he would do something 4 years later, which means he's kind of has a bad taste in his mouth. Yeah. And I hate that for Tatum. That's Kobe's guy, so that's my guy, and I love Tatum's game. I actually think there was times I'd rather see him in there than Booker, but if they got the gold, they got the gold, and when it counted, Booker stepped up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Booker was balling.
Yeah. He was.
He was doing goon shit that I never seen him do. It was crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, shout out to the women.
Yeah, man. Congratulations.
Congratulations
man.
to them.
Y'all did that. Y'all had an exciting game, man. Y'all had the princesses on the sideline. Y'all had Kobe daughters on the sideline. Y'all had Brian daughters on the sideline. Millions of young girls around the world watching y'all.
And it was dope because it was the last team event of the Olympics. So the only other thing that was going on at that time was the women's marathon.
Yep.
And that really showed such a highlight on women's basketball, women's sports in general. So that was dope to see. And not only that, but without this gold, we would not have tied China for the gold count, and they would have beat us.
It came down to that game.
It came down to this game.
Yep.
So shout out to the women for really bringing it home for us.
Yo, shout out to everybody, man. Like I say, Arike, Angel, Caitlin. And the crazy thing is, people don't even realize about Arike. She dropped out of contention for the Olympics. She actually went to this was her second time going to the workouts and the tryouts and the process that they have, because it starts years before the Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
And she knew the process, and she said she just wasn't in the space to go through it again. She might be in it next time, but that was by choice for her.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to act like they jerked her out of it. She actually fell back.
And I know we only said those three, but there's other names too, like Alicia Gray, Boston, like
Aaliyah Boston,
and who got hurt that was supposed to be in 3-on-3? Brinks.
Yep.
Cameron Brinks.
And she's a beast.
She's a beast.
Get well, please. I hope that she has what it takes to recover in the real way and be comfortable when she gets back on the court, because she's a monster.
Yeah.
She grew up under Steph Dunn.
One of the other things that was dope about watching women's basketball, especially since we have had a lot more televised WNBA games this year, is you start to see some of these other WNBA names that you didn't get to see at all this year because they were playing international ball. And it really gives you a lot of hope for what competition is going to look like in the WNBA if things continue to progress and we can start to bring in more international players and really mimic the NBA in that sort of growth trajectory.
What's
So-
her name in the Australia game? George? The tatted up old head that used to win all the MVPs in the NBA, and she had retired like 5 times due to health conditions and all that. She played her ass off in the Olympics.
I don't remember her name.
George is her name. I believe is her last name. Yo, we seen some things, man.
Yeah.
And I want us to come out on top, but I seen some stuff that's like, I'm looking at women in gymnastics and basketball that got the same surgery I got, and I'm not getting back on that court. I'm just saying.
Well, speaking of, gymnastics is up next.
Let's do it.
All right.
See how I do? Nice. Even when I don't know. We're going to get to the winner after this gymnastics, so let's put up the rules first. Hold on.
All right.
Let's put up the rules because we ain't put them up in a while, and I didn't want to cut your wisdom, so to speak. 'Cause you was rolling, girl. You was rolling. And I figured out a new nickname for you. I'll tell the people later.
Oh, God. Do I want to know? All right. So, one more time, for those of you who've been following along, you have one more chance to get your free tickets to the Bentwine Polo Classic. This is happening on August 24th in Jersey. It's going to be a beautiful outdoor event, picnic, lawn, all the photo ops, all the music, all the vibes, and of
Lil
course,
Mo!
Little Mo and Bent Wine. So please, 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 if you do not win, go get your tickets. Go to bentwineco.com
Yep!
and get your ticket.
I swear.
But you could also get your ticket by winning it today by, number 1, subscribing to our channel. Number 2, like this video. Number 3, comment a number between 1 and 100 with your IG handle.
Malone.
And then we'll announce the winner.
That's what I was looking for.
There you go.
No, we good. We good. So, yeah, make sure y'all get it in. It's your last opportunity, last chance. Gotta make sure we do it right for my boy Kevin Bent and his family.
That part.
Quality. Shout out to Mo Dirty, too, man. He will be bartending. He's always bartending all the Bent Wine events. Get with Mo Mobile, man. He do it. Mo Dirty Mobile. He get it done. He pop up on you. Any state. Pay that tab. He bring his own bar. That's what we do out here, man. Everybody hustling.
All right, so let's get into gymnastics.
Yup!
Well, we can't talk about gymnastics without starting with Simone Biles. So she ended up with 3 golds from this Olympics and 1 silver.
That
So
picture
she,
is phenomenal.
I know,
Lord.
she got the women's all-around individual gold, the women's team all-around gold, the women's vault gold, and the women's floor silver. So shout out to Simone for adding that to her roster and becoming the most decorated gymnastic Olympian of all time.
You back on me?
Yeah, what do you think of that?
Um,
I was gonna give you a chance to talk about it.
watching, I was trying to twist her. Watching Simone, to be honest, is like any other great that you ever watched. It's like watching a Serena. It's like watching a Jordan. It's like watching a Tiger. It's like, you know that no matter what, the people that are going up against them know that the best spot is second place. And you're going to witness something that you may have seen before, but it's going to be worth it. Or you're going to see something you've never seen before. Every time you watch these people, it's certain people that is like, yo, that it is what it is. It's Mike Tyson's. It's Muhammad Ali's. Because it's not about being undefeated. It's about your highs. It's about the highlights. And your lows make you human, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we've seen her go through highs. We've seen the Olympics change rules because of this young black woman. Let's not forget that. We've seen them change rules because people couldn't do what she could do, right?
Right.
Then we seen her fall back and publicly tell people that she was mentally not in a space to compete. Then we saw a scandal come out that she was attached to in some form of fashion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which we understood. All right, we wish her the best. We watched her do the interviews, the documentaries, and the conversations about, well, I didn't think I'd ever get back out there. And when I got back out there, I went back out there for me. I didn't care about what nobody else thought about it. I tried to put myself in a position of having fun. And this is one of them stories that everybody can buy into. The highs, the lows. This is the best movie ever, watching Simone Biles. So when she's on camera and she's doing what she does best, besides explaining to the world all of the things that they want her to bring them into, is when she's on that platform. She's on those what do they call them? Constructions and whatever it is that she uses as a tool to get her art off.
Oh, apparatuses?
Apparatuses, that's what it is. Yo, it's always box office watching her emotions on the sideline, watching those girls support each other, even support the Brazilian young lady that was going nuts on Simone at some points.
Mm-hmm.
It was like Simone is the kind of young lady similar to Venus's and Serena's and all type of those that we've seen, that you just want your daughter to have that kind of understanding about people, life, and have that kind of confidence and go that hard at what they believe in. Like, it's really an American dream story. It's damn near emotional. Like, me thinking about it when I'm talking about it, it's like, yo, what's a better story than somebody that comes from where she comes from? Her mom was overwhelmed and had her problems, and she wound up with her grandparents as a foster child. You know, they adopted her. And then she found something that she loved. And I saw that video when she was like 5, 7 years old or something, man. She got frustrated when she didn't stick her landing. And I'm like, that's the same Simone we looking at now.
Yep.
That's when you know somebody is supposed to be doing what they're supposed to be doing. Simone is that. There's no way somebody that small is supposed to propel that high off the ground to be able to get those acts off and those feet off that she gets off. With her size and stature, her lift is like Vince Carter.
It's insane.
It don't make no sense.
It's insane.
So to see her in her greatness, if she would have won one gold, it was a great accomplishment. If she would have won one silver, she still won. She whooped their ass out there. She had them girls on the sideline. Did you see the facial reactions to when she used to get up there?
Mm-hmm.
This year? Or when she got off of there?
Mm-hmm.
They knew they was competing for third. They knew it. They knew they was competing for third. Because not to mention, she had some monsters with her.
Right.
Like, I brought gang with me. It was crazy out there, yo. Shout out to Simone Biles. I don't want to say it's something I've never seen before, because like I say, there are comparable moments throughout history, recent history, that we've seen that I've been privy to, but watching her is no less as effective as any of those other moments that we watch, yo.
Absolutely.
Simone is a monster. A monster. And God bless her and her husband. Hopefully y'all make some more Simones and some more football players or whatever y'all want to do, but that gene pool is monster. He ain't got to be a great NFL player. He made it to the NFL. Y'all gene pool lit. Y'all got a bunch of little 5'6" motherfuckers that's going to dunk on people.
Yep. So, in other gymnastics news, still talking about the U.S. team, Suni Lee also won 2 bronzes. She got the bronze in the individual all-around and the bronze in the uneven bars. Which, if you know Suni's story, so she was diagnosed with 2 separate kidney diseases over the course of 2023 or 2022 into 2023. So it wasn't until January of this year that she officially decided that she was going to be able to compete at the Olympics, because she had gotten her medications under control and her symptoms under control.
Boy!
So for her to be able to do what she did, win 2 bronzes, coming off of that sort of illness and that long of a time of not being able to compete, because she wasn't able to compete for like a full year before
Said
this.
she couldn't walk a few months.
Yeah.
Before the shit. Yeah.
So that's astonishing. Shout out to her. This is amazing. So, you know, congratulations for everything that she's been able to accomplish as well.
Yeah, boy.
Did you have anything that you wanted to add about Suni?
No, I'm glad she got a boyfriend already, cause the world been talking about Suni, but Suni is dope, man. She's dope. I love the energy that her and Simone gave the young lady from Brazil. I paused cause I'm trying to remember the young lady from Brazil's name.
Rebecca
On the podium. I love, and I pointed out to you during the competitions, the multiple events that they was doing, that when you look on the sidelines, Rebecca was either with her people or she was hugging and talking to them.
Yep.
And then you saw the Chinese, Japanese, Tokyo girls. They were all just laughing and enjoying themselves. But I feel like the American girls and that girl Rebecca, they was in a different zone, and they all understood each other's zone.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, no,
And
I
I think
agree.
Suni was a big part of that too. I think Suni knew how to tap in on a different level. Like they superheroes, yo.
I think, and when the team has talked together about each of their individual personalities, Suni is the one that's kind of always happy and keeping everybody upbeat and positive and together. So I think that she kind of really is that glue for their team, and you can see that in the way that she performs. So shout out to them.
And I think one of the misconceptions is because a lot of people watch these things and they're looking at interactions or they're looking at results and they're handling them a certain way. They don't realize that no matter what country these people represent, a lot of them come to the U.S. and they're a part of the same collegiate program.
Right.
They and even if they're not, they're a part of the same collegiate circuit. So they see each other, they run against each other. They're at the same meets all the time. They're at the same gymnastic events all the time.
Yep.
Like this is a thing. Like when you're elite, the elite know each other. Especially by the time it gets to the Olympic level, outside of probably maybe boxing. So where like you get somebody that catches a spark so close to the Olympics that like they might have came out of nowhere. You know what I mean? But it might be other sports, but that's one that I could think of where like you could really be a dog for a year and you might not have been a part of the other 3 years leading up to that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because even with track and field, it's about numbers, and it's not accumulative like boxing maybe.
No, it's all about
Times,
yeah.
times, yardage, all that shit.
So staying on
Man,
gymnastics.
shout out to Simone and them, man. Y'all killed that, man. With the Golden Girls.
Yep.
Fuck around, find out.
Fuck around and find
I
out.
say it. Fuck around, find out. They found out.
Um,
And give my girl her medal back.
That's
Y'all about to replace all the medals.
what I was about to get to. So, one of the more disappointing things that came out of the gymnastics competition was after. So, this was for the floor competition. Simone had ended up in second. Rebecca ended up in first. And Jordan was the last one to compete. And there was a Bulgarian, I believe, or Romanian, one of the two, who was in third at the time. Anyway, so Jordan's score comes back, and it's lower than the person who's in third score. So we thought that that person was going to get a medal. Then there was a score inquiry, what I thought was immediately after they announced the medaling situation.
Yeah, it was.
There was a score inquiry, so everybody was aware that a score inquiry was made, and it came back, and they raised Jordan's score by half a point, or a point. And it ended up putting her ahead of the other competitor and into the bronze medal position. So she was awarded the bronze medal. And then after that, another inquiry was put in at some point by the person who was removed from the bronze, or from the team of the person who was removed from the bronze medal standing. The inquiry said that the first inquiry from Jordan's team came too late. That was what they were trying to judge. And on Saturday, the gymnastics judges came back and said that that was the case, that the Americans had put in their inquiry too late, and therefore the change in score that Jordan had received would no longer count. They did not say what would happen with the medal. So we do not know if Jordan ended up having to give her medal back, but yesterday the American team came out and said that they actually have photographic evidence of when the inquiry was placed, and that it was placed within the allowed minute after the competitor received their score. So now that needs to be reviewed by the same committee to see whether that will stand and whether the medal will go anywhere. But at this point, it's just been really difficult for Jordan, of course, as well as the other athlete who was involved who was in bronze originally. So, I just wanted to point that out because I can only imagine what they're going through. They've both made statements, kind of both saying, like, neither one of them wanted this to happen. This isn't the way that, they want this medal to be contested. And, it's an unfortunate situation, and the athletes are the ones that are losing. Because the original inquiry that Jordan's team had placed was about a difficulty score on a specific move that she made. And that's part of scoring gymnastics, is giving a difficulty score, having these score inquiries that sometimes change scores. I believe the person who was in bronze, there was an earlier score inquiry, I believe, against the person who was in bronze as well, and that one did not come back with a score change. But Jordan's did, and that score change did end up putting her into the bronze position. So, again, it remains to be seen how this is going to be rectified. There is precedent. There hasn't been precedent to remove a medal for something like this that is absolutely not the athlete's fault, especially if the U.S. does have this proof that they say about the score or the inquiry being placed within the time frame.
They said they placed the inquiry at 40 seconds and another one at 55 seconds. They had another attempt at 55 seconds, to be specific, and they said that there's proof of that. But what happens is, and is this one of our topics, the award, the medals?
Yes, in skateboarding.
I'm talking about the
quality of the medal, yeah.
Okay, all right, well, we'll get to that. But I gotta say it now.
Go ahead.
What's going on is, if you realize, there was, who was it, Nyjah?
Yes.
Had a medal, and less than a week later it was fading, and he posted it and told the world that his medal looked like it went through war already. So what's going to happen, and they've announced that they're going to replace damaged or whatever medals, and even if, like, they can't take her medal physically back from her, she doesn't get the refurbished version.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like they still get to take it from her.
Well, hopefully that's not the case. Like I said, there's still some question marks about this entire situation. So hopefully they don't do that to Jordan, and let her have her medal, because I believe she deserved
legit.
it.
Yeah, the argument is legit. Like, on her side, it's legit. There's nothing in the bylaws that say they can take your medal for that. You got to be doping, and there's one other stipulation, and this isn't it.
Yeah.
Their fault is their fault, and a lot of things happened that was their fault. But we'll keep going.
All right. Anything else you wanted to say about gymnastics before we move on from that?
No. Cash, check your messages, bro. You in here? Trying to figure something out. Let's get into the next one.
You want to get into the next one?
Yeah.
All right. So, next up is one of the most controversial sports from the Olympics. And also
Breakdancing.
the newest sport to the Olympics.
Breaking.
Yep.
Shout out to hip hop.
So, of course, this was the first year that breaking was part of the Olympics, and with it came a ton of controversy. So, breaking was scheduled for the last, two of the last days of the Olympics, and let's just say that there was a lot of mixed reactions in terms of whether breaking made sense to even be considered an Olympic sport. So a lot of people kind of dove into this idea of the art form of breaking versus this competition of breaking. So in any sort of competition, you need to have a way to score. With this competition, they had a panel of judges who had a rubric in front of them where they were looking at things like variation of moves, the execution of the moves, the difficulty of the moves, and things of that nature. However, the rubric didn't necessarily consider some other parts of breaking that are important to the culture.
Right.
So some of the flavor, should I say, of breaking and the battles that can happen with it was a little bit lost because folks were more focused on getting the best score or getting the judges' approval. It also seemed like judges favored certain types of moves over others, and I'm not sure if that was made particularly clear in terms of to the performers ahead of time, as far as whether, you know, a windmill was going to be scored higher than some other form of move. You get what I'm saying. Anyway, so what did you think about the competition as a whole, and do you think that because it is an art form, that it can also be a competition judged with a standardized judging form?
There's a lot of points. I like the point that you made about people weren't accustomed to having to score breakdancing. And once again, this is one of those things that has to be based on an international understanding of something that we could come together on, right? Mm-hmm. So I think that that's very important to understand. I think this is the first time that people, and as much as there's people celebrating it because hip-hop has done something that's made the Olympics, it's ours, right? But at the same time, there's people that have never seen it in an X Games format, if that makes sense.
Right.
To where, like you said, there's a grading system and a point system that is not clear until you go through a few repetitions of this style of judging, right? Like in skateboarding, we seen the same thing. In BMX, we seen the same thing. When things went mainstream, whether that was MTV or international events that they were having, there were certain things that we learned had more precedence over others. And we learned that certain little technical details were being paid attention to, possibly by judges that may look at this sport in a different way than we do. I think what I was most disappointed about was when Asians were scoring high in breakdancing, there were so many people in this country that didn't know that they adopted that culture. It's been over there the whole time. They are breakdancing at a high level. They are still, you know what's crazy? They skateboard and breakdance in FUBU. FUBU is making all their money from Asia and the Bay. Till this day. Look up the numbers. Watch an interview.
I think it's also
They adopt our culture.
kind of going back to the conversation we had about South Sudan with the referees. Similarly, there's different international styles to breaking. And I think that each judge, depending on where they're from or what their preference is, might have a bias to lean one particular way or another, whether they like, you know, a cleaner style or something that, you know, looks more, you know, over the top about breaking their body and doing kind of grotesque looking things. Like, those are two very different styles that could both be scored very highly, but, you know, it was clear which way the judges favored in this particular case.
And I think when, like, a lot of people are commenting on the Olympics because they're able to have access to social media more than ever surrounding the Olympics. So they're saying things about things without actually watching the competition. So in some of these, in damn near every event, there was lows. Like, there was a motherfucking pole vaulter that didn't even try to jump over the motherfucking pole. You know what I mean? Like, there was a high jumper that ain't try to, like, we seen all type of stuff, but when it's the Olympics, countries say we want to be represented this many ways, we can afford to facilitate to be represented this many ways. They're going to rely on the person that they think can hold it down. But when it goes to international competition, that's where you get the lows at. They're not this. The Olympics is not a variety show where they're just putting people out there to embarrass themselves. These are people that think they understand what they're doing until they're up against people that know better. So the lows of the breakdancing thing that have been going viral, they're going viral because they're being shared by people that don't really understand breaking culture and what it's evolved to, and two, they just like are watching lowlights and not watching highlights. There was a lot of people out there getting busy, and I've been watching breaking since I was a kid. My cousins and them, shout out to Sheen and them, they used to be in my basement doing backflips off each other's hands and all type of crazy shit. I'm looking at the ceiling like, how the hell we ain't going to the emergency room? But like, I've been around it for a long time, and there was some people that was high level, and there was some, like, every dance style that somebody does, if you do it at a high level, you put your own flair on it. There was some stylistic versions of breaking that I really appreciated from foreigners, and a lot of them at that.
So
there was some people I thought won that lost. I'm like, he was getting crazy.
Since we're kind of already talking about it, you know, when we're talking about the viral bad breaking star of the Olympics that's going around, we're talking about the Australian Raygun. And I saw a very interesting theory today.
She's not the only one though, but she's the main one.
Yeah, I saw a very interesting theory today about her entire performance. So of course she's also a college professor. She studies breaking and you know, things of in this kind of realm of culture and anthropology and understanding how these types of cultures evolve, etc. So somebody posted somewhere, I forget where, but they said that they think it's naive to think that she's just bad at breaking and somehow still qualified and chose to perform that way in the finals. They think it's more likely that
it was her art,
that she was making a statement about breaking as an art versus its need to be featured as a competition. And like I was saying earlier about the standardization and all of that versus like the creativity of breaking as an art form. And that's what she was trying to point out by doing those moves that are so clearly Australian.
What?
But I personally, and then she actually made a statement herself, and she didn't say anything along those lines. She basically just said, I know that they were going to be better than me at all of the powerful, acrobatic type of moves, so I just did my thing, was basically the gist of her statement. What do you think about that?
I mean, I can see it. Like, on an international stage, somebody that has something that they want to say, and like I said, you represent a country that don't have somebody that's better than you that's going to make it over you, or you have that respect, then you go over there and you do what you do. But as long as you don't, like, one of the things I thought about since we've been talking about the mental health of athletes, and a lot of Olympians, tennis, gymnastics, all type have talked about it, even a bubble. I wonder how many athletes fail when they get there and go home in a dark place that they may or may not be able to get themselves out of. So if she went over there to prove something, whether admittedly or not, then hopefully she got her shit off. At least she's not somebody that lost horribly, got ostracized, and went home with a chip on her shoulder or a weight on her back because of it. Like, it's cool. If that's what she was doing, more power to her. She got it off. It just didn't make it past the opening round.
So the reason I feel like that theory is kind of weird, though, is you also can't consider that theory with also layering on top, like, her cultural appropriation.
Exactly.
Because realistically, this is still an art form that was started with hip hop.
But what I'm saying, I guess what I didn't say and what I should have said is, you're going to have people that mimic our culture. And they're going to get their shit off. But they're not going to win at it. You see what I'm saying? So if she wanted to get a message across, she wanted to do a something that, because you know what's going to happen. She's going to make a documentary or a book about it and prove her theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if that's what she wanted to do, let her do it. It's cool, man. Like, with great power comes great responsibility, which means you're going to have motherfuckers throwing shots at the throne. If she went over there to mimic the situation, the internet is going to handle her, and hopefully she can handle it. And hopefully she make a bestseller. You know what she going to do? Start a whole nother ruckus that's going to make these kids sharper than they thought they needed to be at that sport.
Taya Moore said, LOL.
Taya!
C Cash said, man, them Johns were horrible.
No, that shit was crazy. But Cash, did you watch it? We actually watched the breaking ceremony. Did y'all see Snoop on the opening? Man, listen, man. It was so many moments. Shout out to Snoop and Flavor Flav.
Yeah, boy!
So the other thing that's worth pointing out about breaking is that it will not be back for LA in 2028.
It's time to announce our winner after this, too.
Breaking is...
Get y'all numbers in. Get y'all numbers in 1 to 100 and your social media tag on Instagram. Get it in now. We announcing the winner very soon.
Breaking is not going to be back for LA in 2028. Breaking is only a temporary sport right now. So it's optional for host cities to choose whether to include that sport or not. Other sports are permanent. So, for example, C-Cash said that Wifey showed him the clip of the Australian.
Who ain't know that?
Right. So another thing worth mentioning is that BMX, skateboarding, and sport climbing are all now going to be permanent events. Breaking, however, was not made permanent yet. Usually it's after its second inclusion that it's considered for permanency. But because breaking is not going to LA, it's unlikely that it'll become a permanent event anytime soon.
Shout out to hip hop for making an international stage, man. Breaking is ours. Graffiti ain't ours. We just populated it. Just for y'all that don't know.
But it's also worth mentioning that breaking doesn't have a lot of the same organization that a lot of these other sports have. So even with sports like surfing or BMX or skateboarding, there are national agencies that oversee a lot of the competition within their sport.
Well, you have to make dancing look like a sport. So those are sports that got so big that they couldn't be denied, and now there's a form of dancing that got that big, and they have to go through their regiment, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you think that breaking... Do you think that there could be a form of breaking that splinters off and becomes a competitive breaking that is separate from the traditional street form of breaking, and that would be a more fitting sport for the Olympics?
That's a great question. I think that breaking can be very similar to battle rap or slam dancing, to where even like the slapping each other competition, like it could be one of those things that if it falls under the right direction, similar to how Smack bottled up battle rap and gave structure to it. Because remember, battle rap used to be spit as long as you can spit until the nigga against you can't spit no more, or you drown him. And smacking them, shout out to Mook and Rex, because they took credit for it. they made it 3 rounds and certain amount of time limits and all of that. Like, certain things have to go in similar to just the acclamation of the rules that exist that we just finding out about and how they're valued in the Olympics, right? If somebody boxes that up similar to the Big Three with 3-on-3 basketball, you just got to put it in a box. So there is a way that now that it's on an international level, now that there's people that see that what they're doing is appreciated across the globe, mostly, I could see some people putting some money behind it. And if you put money behind it, then it'll grow and it'll organize and it'll be something that within 4 years, the rules are understood more, similar to like X Games. Or X Sports, I should say. X Games Sports, right? How you say?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it makes a lot of sense for some sort of streetwear brand to really start to put some funding in this area.
But I tell y'all, they've been wearing FUBU in Japan this whole time, bro.
Especially because it's one of the few sports that you can wear basically whatever you want.
You can put it on your helmet, on the bottom of your board, your deck you get paid for. You get paid for the grip that you on. Like, you get paid for the wheels. There's a lot of, like, NASCAR and racing probably has the most because you can put 80 stickers on a car. But, like, the X Life, man, you can represent so many brands. Every time I watch Cribs, they had the most boxes they ain't open yet from brand representation shit.
Word.
Brand representation. Horrible.
I was trying to figure out what you were trying to say.
No, real rap. Like, they'd be like, Nike sent me this. Jeep sent me this. Such and such sent me this. Gatorade sent me this. And those boxes ain't been open yet. And then when they open them, they just give it to the homies. What you want? You want this black tee or that black tee? Like, it's cool.
All right. I believe it's time.
I think it's time. Let me look at the situation, see if we situated in the situation, you know what I'm saying? I try to not keep the chat up on my phone because I don't want to be distracted. So I'm going to open up where we was at. See what we got going on. You you changed the graphic. Good job. Look at you.
I'm doing my job.
I see you working. I don't like how I look scratching my back. That was ugly.
Can't do anything about that.
Alright, so hold on. I'm gonna check what's the name too. Alright. And now I'm going to YouTube. Going to YouTube. Well, oh, that's funny. Alright.
What?
Nah, it's cool. We deal with it later.
Oh.
I just got the YouTube. Oh my goodness, yo. First and foremost, shout out to everybody that participated on the platforms that y'all on. Shout out to our sponsors, Bent Wine, Lil Mo, Polo Classic. Salute to K for fine production. I'm just dragging it out.
I could tell.
I'm being an asshole. No, I don't know if I got this name, how to say this name right. But the number was 22.
Ooh.
And the winner is Jazzy Nye Marie Hart. Vision of Ecstasy is her Instagram. Vision _ OF _ XCTASY is her Instagram. You are a winner of passes to the Bent Wine Polo Classic Wine Festival with Lil Mo. Make some noise!
Woo!
Congratulations. Enjoy yourself there. Jazini Marie. Nigga, listen, man. Alright. But no, congratulations. Congratulations. I apologize if I mispronounced your name, young lady, but you will have a great time. I know you have a good pair of shoes and a good dress and maybe even a little something for your head, you know what I'm saying? Or a good umbrella. But have a great time. That is a day that is highly populated for me, so I may actually be there. I think I'm gonna be there, but I think I'm gonna be there early and have to leave early. So it's gonna be what it's gonna be, but we gonna have a ball out there. Shout out to Bent Wine once again for reaching out and making sure that for what's this, the third consecutive year,
Yep.
we've been able to provide a free couple tickets to somebody in the audience. We got 2 tickets for you guys. We will facilitate that. I will pass on your information. Make sure you DM me your information, and yeah, if you don't follow me on Instagram, follow me so I can see your DM.
She
And
just
I know,
commented. She
What she
said,
said?
"Thank you. I really appreciate it."
nah, man, thank you. We appreciate you for tapping in, and we just want you to have a great time. We want, cause last year this is what happened last year, right? We were able to reach out to the person that won and get her to tell us about her experience, and she had a great time. And Lil Mo wasn't even there last year, and it wasn't even at this situation that it's situated at. So you're gonna have a ball, and that's all we want for y'all, because we believe in the company and the brand, and we believe in good music, good environments, good community, and doing things outside the neighborhood that makes you look at things different when you go back to work tomorrow. That's what we into, man.
Absolutely.
That's what we into.
So shout out again to Bent Wine, and make sure you guys get your tickets for
Absolutely.
August 24th. The graphic is on the screen. bentwineco.com.
And please believe me, we might be doing another giveaway next week. I'm gonna tap in and see what's going on. We're gonna figure it out. I like doing this. This is fun. But that young lady, take your homegirls, your gentlemen, whatever you got going on, and enjoy yourselves, man. Catch yourself a vibe and make sure that y'all transport safely. I gotta say that because it is a wine event.
Absolutely.
I have to say that. But don't be afraid. Take your accoutrement with you. You good. Just make sure you can travel with it. Get the wheels on it and make sure it fit in the purse or whatever and get right. You good. Smoke your smoke, drink your drink. Do your thing.
All right. Ready for our next topic?
Yeah, I'm glad we got that off. Let's do this one more time. I like giving away stuff, man. Shout out to our sponsors, but anybody else that wants to be a sponsor or wants to be represented, we can do this all day. We got some fun with y'all, man. Let's do it. Let's get it done.
All right. So next up,
We are giving away a variety pack very soon, by the way.
BMX and skateboarding. I kind of put these two together because, we're used to seeing BMX and skateboarding in X Games, but now they are both Olympic sports to stay. So the BMX category is split into park, which is similar to skateboarding park, and racing, which you can kind of see this graphic, but they go through like a dirt race track. It's a very short track, and they end up racing in under 30 seconds. So it's really a dope event to see. If you haven't, please go watch it. It was one of my favorite events to watch this year. And then, of course, skateboarding, you have the park situation as well as street. Street has a lot more rails. Park is obviously more of the ramps and high air tricks that you're used to seeing. So what did you think about these events this year and them being part of the Olympics to stay?
I'm a big on the low, like, you know how you be home and you ain't watching whatever, and there's like nothing on, and I used to go to ESPN and certain channels, and it'd be like X Games, or even if they doing a big event, it'll be on network, and I used to watch it, and I'd be stuck, and then I watch the documentaries, and then so I'm a big fan of X sports, those type of sports. So BMX and skateboarding, I was thoroughly impressed. It was a lot of disappointment. I forget who the homie was from Canada, bro. He had the OVO owl on him the first day of the skateboarding competition, or maybe the second day.
Oh, yeah.
He fell off the board every single time he went up. If he landed a trick, you knew he was falling 3 seconds later.
Yep.
And it was crazy, but he was having so much fun. And then you got the OG that used to skate with Tony Hawk that was 51. He's out there, like, I had a ball watching the X Games skateboard, and I didn't watch as much as the BMX. You watch more of that than I did. Mm-hmm. But on the skateboarding side, I seen babies have moments, like literal babies. These kids is young as hell, snapping. And I've seen grown men come out of retirement to do it one more time and do it on a big level. I was excited, man. This is a sport that I think deserves its respect because I think part of my attachment to exports is how they were banned.
Yeah.
The environments that they were bred in, whether that was suburban or urban, they found ways to like lock people up for doing this shit. They found ways to give people high fines for like riding a bike and getting right, and or skateboard. Tony Hawk and them went through hell. Like, it's a lot. So it's like for it to be as big as it is and to be represented in this way where multiple forms included, to where like you could be an Xer, I guess it is, and watch something every day on Peacock. Why I feel like I'm promoting Peacock. They killed the Olympics, yo.
They
They
really
killed
did.
the Olympics. But you could find something every day in that realm, whether it was the rock climbing and all of that, that was like dope, right?
Yeah.
So like I respect it so much. I'm excited for it because I rode a skateboard when I was a kid. I only jumped off of probably 4, maybe 6 steps at the most. I ain't doing nothing too crazy. So I respect what these people go through and put their body through to get to this level, and you see the emotion in these sports so much more than so many other sports, besides probably gymnastics.
Yeah.
You see it in real time.
Yeah.
And to be from a country that's considered angry, just to see anytime you see international,
What do you mean by a country that's considered angry?
no, we evil. We vicious, yo.
You was just gonna slide that in.
No, America, like, we fight more, we shoot more, like, we bad, like, in a lot of ways, but we getting better, right? Hopefully.
I guess.
But, like, when you watch us go up in competition against other countries of people that are just so excited to be there and to have those moments, and even when they lose, they smiling so big to be a rep. Like, it just makes you appreciate all of this shit so much more. I'm going to keep reiterating that. But I also saw that a lot with the skateboarding competition. I seen people not land something in the middle of a great run and be like, man, fuck it. We outside. And that's fire, yo. I seen Americans do it too, but we get inspired by others too, man. Just like I said about them young gymnasts from, where are they from, China?
Yeah.
And they smiled and laughed. They I don't know what they was talking about. They had the best They had the best conversation at the Olympics, all Olympics, because they was laughing the whole time. You would have thought they was taking shots and smoking weed together. And I don't mean to pervert what those young ladies were doing, but I'm just saying, like, they was vibing on the side while they knew they was going to own the categories they owned. They knew they was going to lose. They was going to lose, but they was proud of each other and they was chopping it up.
Mm-hmm.
They was inspiring. Like, as much as I like to see Simone and them focus, I like to see that too. Enjoy the moment. Enjoy the moment, man. Olympics have really put a lot of things in perspective for you if you really pay attention. If you wanted to. If you wanted to. Because like you started off the segment with internationally with so much going on, and they even said it during the closing ceremonies, which we'll get to, that Olympic Village was peaceful, right?
Yeah.
That's not easy to do.
No, it's not.
So I salute everybody that participated, even if you stunk it, so to speak.
Yeah.
I'm not hating, man. You ain't hurt nothing.
Yeah.
You just embarrassed yourself, maybe.
Let's get into some climbing.
Let's have some fun, man. You know about all the climbing. I don't know nothing about the climbing, baby.
I got you.
Tell me about the climbing, baby.
All right.
They climbing ropes, stilts. What's going on?
So,
No, I saw some of the climbing. I just don't understand it like she do.
sport climbing was in the Olympics this year, and this was its first year as a permanent sport. So it was introduced at Tokyo. And so sports climbing has 2 separate disciplines. There is the speed climbing, which, as you can imagine, it's as quick as possible. You try to get to the top. And this is let me look up the exact height of the course. But it is a 15-meter tall wall. So that's 49 feet, 50 feet tall. So it's as fast
Which
as
sounds
you can,
crazy to me because I'm looking at a basketball court times 5. Like, that's crazy.
as fast as you can get to the top of a 50-foot wall. And the holds are very standardized. They only use like 2 different types of holds on the entire wall. But let me tell you, these men and women look like Spider-Man. It is insane how quick they get to the top of this wall. I'm talking women are about to get times under 5 seconds. Like, it's... Or under 6 seconds. It's crazy.
50 feet?
Yes.
And I seen them doing it, but like 50. All right, go ahead. My bad.
I'm trying to find the Polish winner's time for it. Let me see. So the woman who got gold, she ended up with a final time of 6.1. No, that wasn't her. Yeah. 6.1 seconds.
How long would it take me to get up?
I mean, it would take me probably 4 hours. Let's be real.
You don't think you could pull a 30-second draw?
I don't know that I would be able to successfully climb to the top in like a meaningful, manageable way. No. I have no faith in myself in that regard. But the men were even more impressive. So the men were at 4.74 was the new world record time that was set during this actual competition. And that was set by an American who ended up winning the bronze in his bronze medal match. So shout out to him. Let me find his name and stop being lazy. Especially since he's American.
Lazy Kate! That wasn't even the name I was going to give you, but...
Sam Watson. So Sam Watson ended up... Here it is. 4.74, like I said, in his small final competition to win the bronze. And then the other side of sport climbing is what they call combined. So combined is 2 separate disciplines, but they combine the score into one score. And those disciplines are bouldering and lead climbing. So lead climbing is what you see in this picture where you have the rope that you got to clip in along the wall as you continue to climb up. Bouldering, it's shorter walls, but they have what's called problems. So they set up 4 different walls, and each of them is a problem with different types of holds that tries to isolate different types of skills like coordination, agility, strength, and power. And each of these problems have a max score of 25 points. So in order to get 25, you have to get to the top hold. But for each attempt that it takes you to get up there, you get a small deduction from your score. So if you get to the top, but it takes you 4 attempts, you're only going to get a 24.4 instead of a 25. There's also a hold for 10 points and a hold for 5 points on each of these walls. So you have a maximum score for bouldering of 100, because 25 per 4 walls. And then the lead, the way that that's scored is...
This is like fucking geometry. Let's go.
The way that the lead is scored is there's point markers on the wall, and in between each of those point markers, each hold counts for a different amount of points. So for the beginning part, each hold is only 1 point until you get to 10 holds, and then each hold becomes 2 points, so on and so forth. And each of those point changes also marks a change in difficulty as you move further up the wall. Again, if you get to the top of the wall, you can get a total score of 100. So maximum score 200. Anyway, the woman who is in this photo here, man, she is the American. Her name is... Hold on, let me go back, because now I got off of it. Brooke Rabutu.
Okay. Shout out to Brooke, man.
She ended up with the silver for the Americans. And she ended up coming in second place for both bouldering and lead individually, as well as when you combine the scores together. The woman who won gold is this Slovenian who won gold last year. This was the last Olympics. So this was her second time winning gold. And she's just an amazing prodigy. She is like the Simone of sport climbing. Nobody gets close to her. She solves almost every problem on the first try in bouldering. So for Brooke to have a bouldering score only 0.4 less than hers at the end of that section of the competition, and then to do what she did in the lead competition and get as high of a score as she did is really remarkable. So shout out to Brooke. The other thing that I wanted to mention about climbing in general at the Olympic level is there is a lot of repetition that goes into the climbing competition. So there's qualifiers where you have to do both of those disciplines. There's semifinals, and then there's the finals. So you're doing each of those disciplines on 3 different occasions. So by the end of the competition of this Olympics, all of the climbers were visibly bruised all over their backs, their shoulders.
That's a fact.
Hands cut up, arms cut up. So one thing I do think the IOC might want to look at and change is maybe they don't need both qualifiers, semifinals, and finals. Like maybe they could just do qualifiers and then the finals, because that's a lot of climbing for these athletes in such a short amount of time. And you can
Look at that lady. That's a good suggestion.
You can really tell that it takes a toll on their bodies, and I don't think that that's fair to the athletes, especially since with bouldering, they're really risking injury depending on how high they go up and how hard they fall off of that wall. So
Stat lady, talk that talk.
that's my recommendation there. But
And that's your
overall,
new name.
overall, I absolutely loved watching sport climbing. Again, it was one of my favorite events to watch. Probably only second to the next sport that we're going to talk about.
Yo, hearts in the chat if you like Stat Lady. You know what I'm saying? If you like Stat Lady, let me know. Give me some feedback. Let me know what's going on, man. Whatever platform. Shout out to Twitch. Shout out to TikTok. Shout out to YouTube. We live.
All right. Are you ready to get into our next sport?
Let's do it.
All right. Let's talk about... Where is it?
Stat Lady. Let me know what y'all
There it
think,
is.
man. We know Stat Baby from shout out to Cam and Mace, man. It is what it is.
Let's talk about Kayak Cross.
Hey, you know what's crazy?
Huh.
Your family is really into this sport.
Yes.
This is strange,
Yes.
but I'm gonna let you do your thing.
So this was the first year that Kayak Cross was added as a discipline to the kayak and canoeing family of whitewater sports. So if you haven't seen one of these courses before, basically they create a man-made whitewater course where there's different areas that are pushing water different directions, man-made obstacles, and then the way that Kayak Cross works is you have to go competing against 3 other people head to head. You have to go through this series of obstacles where there's no other choice but to collide with your other competitors. It makes for really, really interesting TV. It's a very brutal sport. There was blood. There were paddles to the face. Part of the sport, you actually have to do a 360 within the kayak. So yeah, this was very entertaining, and I really hope that they continue to bring this back in future years. What do you think of this one?
I think that, like I said, your family was hyped, so I actually seen one day of it. And it was cool, but it was weird because it's like, in whitewater rafting, I've been in Jamaica whitewater rafting and all of that type shit when I was a kid even. You trying to get down the thing. So to see people doubling back and spinning around and try to get the points and they fighting against the rapid, that's like, oh, that's different. Like, you strong as hell. Like, I got a different respect for that because, like I said, we was trying to balance out to get down the situation. These motherfuckers is like, no, I missed the point. And they swing the front of their boat and you like, did they get the point? You like, oh, they got the point. Like that's a lot, and a lot of the women, man, strong as hell, man. That's the thing. I didn't know that was a thing. That's the thing.
Now it is.
You knew people that did that before you seen it?
No, I did
Like
not.
at that level, like we know
No.
people go down certain, like you travel to do certain things, right? Canoe in certain spots and whitewater raft and all of that, right? That was different.
And part of the best.
Imagine spinning a car out to hit a target. Like I passed it, my bad.
Part of the best part of this sport too, as you can see from this image, is they drop you in from like 10 feet above on a conveyor belt.
It's the craziest shit. That's the craziest part, because you
It's
like,
so
how do you know how to
insane.
land?
I don't.
Because you don't train getting dropped in like that.
No.
You train on water.
Yeah.
So when they drop you in, that's like, I ain't never dropped in. Like, I started the ramp from the middle. I never really dropped in on a ramp. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
Yeah, the sport was nuts. I loved it. Loved every second.
No, when I watched that one day that I watched when we went to the festival, that shit was fire. I ain't gonna lie. It was exciting, but it was confusing, because it's like, yo, you good. You win in the race, and it's like, no, they don't got enough points. They gotta go back and get the point. I'm like, oh, you gotta paddle backwards in
Right.
the current? Oh, man, when do you decide which point ain't worth it? And the speed and the time is worth it. Like, how do you balance that out? It was so exciting. You didn't even think about it like that.
I did not.
See what I'm saying? I be on it. I'm an athlete.
Another newer sport for the Olympics was the surfing component. And as we covered a couple of weeks ago, surfing was held in Tahiti, which was still part of France, kind of. It's a colony. But Tahiti, this wave that they were actually surfing, is a very well-known wave, and it's known for being one of the most dangerous waves in the world. The waves do get very big, and as you can see from the picture, there's a big barrel, and then it kind of quickly bottoms out on very shallow reefs. So if you miss the barrel, or even if you hit a great barrel as you're exiting the wave, it can be very dangerous if you don't find a way to exit properly. So you saw a lot of folks this year actually surfing with helmets on, which you did not see in the Tokyo Games. And the surfing style was also very different. Because this was more of a big wave, more of a dangerous wave, it really lended itself more towards big wave surfing in comparison to some of the more trick and performance style surfing that we've seen and that we're more familiar with in Tokyo. So a different style of surfer was able to excel than what we saw previously.
Is this the boy with the pose?
So this guy right here, I believe, is actually the guy who ended up getting the gold medal for France.
Okay.
So he grew up, and when I say grew up, I mean grew up as a surfer, surfing this wave. This is his home wave. He lives in Tahiti the majority of the year
As
to
he
surf
should,
this
man.
wave.
Shout out to him.
So he really came in with a different level of experience with this particular wave than a lot of other
It's
athletes
called
were
home
able
court
to.
advantage.
Yes. So he did end up getting the gold. But overall, it made the judging of surfing a lot less interesting to watch, and everything was much more dependent on your wave selection. So if you were in priority at the time when the biggest wave came during your heat, you were probably going to get the biggest score so long as you were able to maintain and ride in the proper position on the wave. Whereas in other, in Tokyo, for example, your wave choice, because they were smaller waves, it didn't really matter which wave you chose as long as you were able to hit the right amount of moves and tricks and things of that nature to really make it an interesting surf. So what do you think about that? And do you think that in the future, the Olympics should focus on one type of wave over another?
I think that when it comes to surfing, this is always going to be an unpredictable variable, right? Because depending on where you're having these events at, depends on what kind of surf you're going to get. And whatever the closest, most exciting surf they're going to get you to is still within those parameters. So when watching surfing even this year, I'm like, yo, that shit look like an awesome place to surf at. But they were miles and miles away from competition of other athletes. Like, they weren't around no other Olympic athletes. It was just them at the closest spot that made the most sense. So I think surfing is one of those things that's always going to have a moving variable when it comes to where we surfing at. So the rules and the judges and how they pick who does whatever is going to be based on the fact that, well, this is the kind of wave, which is what I see you was getting to when you said it. Like, I see what you mean. Should certain kind of waves, certain kind of attempts be valued different? You're going to always change that opinion based on where the wave is at and what's available and the weather. It's like a lot. It's so much. And if y'all hear that, that's my pit bull. Don't step in my situation. But if you pay attention to surfing, there's so many variables that play a part. Like, you can't just build a street ramp for surfing. When it comes to surfing, like, the weather got to be right. We got to be in a spot where we know the waves is going to come through. So even if we got a spot that has bigger waves, we might have to adapt to this spot that has more frequent waves, right? So I think surfing is very, 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 very hard to maintain a balance in how it's judged, because you're always going to have to judge based on the surf. And like I said, I don't know if you caught it earlier, surfing, in order to catch the right wave in these Olympics, they were nowhere near the rest of the Olympians.
Right.
They weren't in Olympic Village. They was on a cruise ship.
Right.
So, like, they weren't even though I'm sure they appreciate having the opportunity to represent their country and try to get their shit off, they didn't even really participate in the festivities until their shit was over, more than likely.
Yeah.
So that's what's going to happen no matter where they are, depending on where the best surf is at. And then we're going to have to adjust the rules and our judgment based on what's possible in those environments. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I will say, though, this wave in particular, because of how dangerous it can be, some surfers chose to not even compete in this Olympics just because it wasn't worth the potential risk. If you're not a big wave rider, this is not a type of wave that is going to help you in your career of competitive surfing. Like, it's a barrel ride. That is it.
Real quick, I'm going to tell y'all, I love C Cash. Go ahead.
What?
I'm texting my boy. I just wanted to tell him I love him.
Yeah, so I don't remember what I was saying now.
No, what I was responding to was, we sitting here texting each other, and I see that even when he's not in the building, he's still supporting. So I'm just shouting him out. I didn't mean to cut your wisdom. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But we got a lot of topics, so we can keep rolling.
Yeah, let's move on.
Let's move on. But shout out to the surfing situation, because the American boy that had the same pose on the meme coming off as, what's the name did? That was crazy. With the surfboard behind, he looked like he was floating. Yo, man. There's so many moments in these Olympics that we gonna remember forever.
I want to go out of order for a little bit. So, I want to get into this. Equestrian. So I don't have Equestrian up here as a topic because I watched Equestrian. I have it up here for exactly the opposite reason. I personally did not watch a single Equestrian event during this Olympics. And to be honest, I have watched Equestrian events in the past. But for some reason, at this particular stage in 2024, when we're talking about the Olympics, having horse events feels weird to me. And it has less to do with animal rights. It's not about that for me. I don't have a problem with horse jumping in general. I don't have a problem with dressage or anything of that sort. My problem is every other event in the Olympics is really measuring a human's skill. And I feel like equestrian, because it is so dependent on the skill of the horse. I'm not saying that jockeys don't have to be skilled to be able to handle their horse, or, you know, that relationship between jockey and horse should be understated. Nothing like that. But because it is so dependent on the skill of your horse, the breed of your horse, the ancestry of your horse, for lack of better terms, it just feels like a weird event for the Olympics, because we're not getting into, like, was this horse of the genetics of American, or was this horse even bred in America? I don't even know that we go that far as long as the jockey and that horse qualify for that team. So to me, it just feels like it doesn't belong.
Well, you could compare the training of the horse, right? Similar to comparing coaches, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that the obstacle course thing, when they jump in, what is it called?
Jumping.
I think that's interesting. I think watching horses crip walk is weird.
That's dressage.
That's very weird to me. Like, just like, and I mean, on an entertainment level, it's dope to see a horse dance. Why is this an Olympic sport? And what do you, as we know how it goes to train animals, Peter been around for a long time, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do these horses go through to fucking tap dance? To teach a horse to tap dance is not natural horse behavior. It's not like teaching a horse to be faster.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? This is very strange, and I never thought about it till you said it. I'm going to give you credit because I didn't think about it like that. But, like, you made a couple good points, and I don't want to assume to remember all of them, but I'm kind of with you on this one.
Well, and not only that, but, like, think about, we always talk about the Olympics trying to be more sustainable and less of a burden on its host country or the, the global climate crisis.
Ooh.
Think about how much energy it takes to fly all of these horses from all of these countries over to this place so that they can perform. And, like, that's a lot of stress on the horse, too.
Shout out to Edison. I got a cousin that's actually a part of transport, and he knows what it is to transport cattle, horses, and all of that shit, and it's different.
Yeah, you don't need to be transporting horses just to get to the Olympics. I'm sorry. This doesn't need to continue to happen. And I know that there's a very long legacy of equestrian being a part of the Olympics. Equestrian is a huge part of culture, especially when we're talking about, like, British and Germans and all of those European folks. They love their horse stuff. It's cool. But, like, you guys could have your own circuit, and I don't think it needs to be part of the Olympics anymore. It just feels like it doesn't belong. One of these things is not like the other.
It's crazy. We got a clip from Paris Olympics opening ceremony from 4 hours ago for 53 seconds. What was we doing 4 hours ago?
No, that was from a different live. What are you even looking at?
No, I'm
You were getting distracted.
No, I'm trying to make sure we good on the socials. But we good. My bad. You right, I'm getting distracted.
See, I'm over here doing my Olympic thing, and it gives you a little too much freedom to slack off and start getting distracted. I see what it is. It's
that, and shout out to the people that support us. I'm actually going through people that's hitting me up in real time and some that's hitting us up in the chat. I'm just trying to make sure I'm on board.
That's fair. That's fine.
Yeah.
But anyway, my whole point is equestrian, it's time to go.
That might be a fair to say. But I never thought about that before. So if y'all have any feelings about it, let us know. If you somebody that is in that realm, and she's somebody that rode horses when she was young, so she understands on a different level. If you understand on that level or whatever level you on, let us know how you feel about that, because I think that's real interesting. You raised a lot of good points with that. Good job. Stat lady.
Let's get into
I'll make you a drop on the soundboard.
the sin.
That's not. No, we good. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's not physically get into the sin.
Yeah, I'm not getting into the sin ever. I wouldn't dip a toe in that bitch.
So this is something that we've been following for probably about a month now in the lead up to the Olympics. There was a lot of controversy about whether the sin would be able to be swam in due to high bacteria levels, high E. coli presence, that testing revealed in the lead up to the Olympics. So Paris ended up spending a ridiculous amount of money. I want to say it was like 1.5 billion on 1.5 million at least on trying to clean up this river. And unfortunately, the way that their city works, like many old cities, every time it rains, their stormwater and their sewage water mix together and pour all right into this river, which
and if you remember, the opening ceremonies was rained out.
Exactly. So even for the first couple of days of the Olympics themselves, the Sin was not at all swimmable, to the point where they canceled training days. They moved all of the competitions around to the point where you only knew the morning of whether you were going to be able to actually compete that day. So it had all of the marathon and open water competitors in a complete limbo for the entirety of the Olympics. And then, after they competed and did swim in the Sin, quite a few of them reported illnesses. So there were a few folks right after the marathon that started vomiting, even just after the swimming portion, before moving on to the bicycle. They started vomiting. Afterwards, there were a couple of hospitalizations, one actual report of E. coli. Again, Paris is doing a great job of kind of sweeping these things under the rug and making sure that they cannot be directly tied to the swimming in the Sin. They're saying stomach illnesses and other things that could be related to food ingested, but let's be real. They were swimming in poop water. Of course they got sick. And, you know, I talked earlier about how Paris did a lot of things right when it comes to the Olympics this year. I do need to say that this is something that they absolutely got wrong. They should not have had these athletes swimming in this water. They should not have had made this the only plan. Are you talking to me?
No, you good.
Okay. So, especially since the swimmers did not get any training days, they didn't have any days to prep, they couldn't even go in the water outside of their actual competition time. I just think that that is not the way that you want to handle a competition of this magnitude for these athletes. And I think that that was just not fair to them. One of the athletes even said when they were swimming under the bridges, they saw things that nobody should ever see. I can only imagine what that might have been. But this overall just shouldn't have happened. There should have been a better game plan. There's plenty of other open water places that this competition could have taken place. Unfortunately, they might not have been in the heart of Paris, but there should have been workarounds. You could have had this event in the French countryside, at a cleaner river, at a cleaner lake, and still showcase the city in a different way. So I just thought that this was irresponsible, and I didn't like it.
Yo!
Yo.
I got C Cash in the building. What's up, Cash? My
man.
geyser.
How you doing?
I'm good, man. Did you know that Paris was so shitty?
No, I didn't. I didn't know that.
You ain't know Paris was full of shit?
No, I can see now. I can see now. Y'all enlighten me.
And it's crazy because we've been talking about this, but like probably like almost a month before the events happened, when it started, that they was like, yo, it's not right, and the local people don't want to get the sin right because they don't want to invest what it takes to make it right. And then it's like, well, we might not be able to do this because it ain't right.
Right.
So we like, well, even if y'all put the money behind it, this is a point we made a few lives ago.
He said they put 1.2
billion. That's what she said. I didn't even know that. But even with that, that means that y'all got the levels to like 0.5 above what is unacceptable.
Right.
Do I want to put my face in something that's 0.5?
Yeah, we was talking about that last time, man. That shit crazy, bro. Like,
Bro,
bro,
we
get
talking
swimming
about
that shit?
world-class athletes. Like, you the
It's
best.
funny, but it's not.
No, you know the best nigga in your neighborhood. This the best nigga in the country.
In every country.
and putting his face in that shit.
That's wild, bro. I don't know if I could do that one. You got to accommodate my fucking skills at the same time. Like, goddamn.
That was amazing. When it happened, I was like, this is crazy. And when the bull hopped out the water and threw up 11 times in a row.
How that even go together? Like, we supposed to be the Olympics, the most strongest, people of every sport in every, country.
But we gonna disrespect this event like a motherfucker.
But we gonna disrespect our own human lives and swim through shit. Like, what? Totally unethical.
Bro, what was the bull? Mr. Hanky. They seen Mr. Hanky. They seen a couple dead bodies. They seen all type of shit.
Yeah, that's wild, bro.
Motherfucker said, I seen some shit that I'm not even going to talk about. Nobody should see it.
They better than me, man.
In the water? They wasn't in the deep blue sea?
Right. Who knows what that could have been? It could have been a foot or some shit, anything.
Bro, we know exactly what they seen. All of the above. What is it? E? A, B, C, D, E. E is all of the above.
So did anybody, come close to, passing away from that shit or anything like that?
Motherfuckers had extreme reactions. We don't know really. They wouldn't publicize anybody that had anything beyond that.
Right.
But we'll see lawsuits.
Some of the athletes also took special precautions. So they either... I heard athletes were chugging...
Turn this mic on so I can put him on this mic.
We're chugging soda.
My mic is off. My headphones off.
They were chugging Coca-Cola specifically. They were taking special antibacterials and things like that, both before and after they actually competed. So they were doing little things to try and make sure that they were doing what they could to take care of themselves. But again, if you have to take that many precautions to be able to have a safe competition, yeah, that's crazy.
No, but hold up though. The Coca-Cola thing is interesting, and I want to talk to you about this, Cash, because you know like I know.
Right.
I stopped drinking Coca-Cola when I burnt battery acid off of a fucking battery with it. I said, I ain't putting that back in my stomach. Imagine what it take to make an athlete that's probably healthy all year round to get to the top level that their body can take them to say, I'm going to just guzzle Coca-Cola to fight off the shit in this war.
Right.
Bro, that don't even make sense.
They probably don't drink soda.
At all,
bro, the last thing they supposed to be drinking is Coca-Cola the day of.
Right. And now
that's how fucked up it is. They like, this shit burned through everything. We can get the Mars on this shit.
Yeah.
Right.
That's scary, bro.
It is.
They didn't take another Red Bull.
They go to show you where we live, man.
They might have should have just... Never mind.
Yeah, we don't want to go crazy.
You know, if we speak in pool, an 8-ball go a long way. Never mind.
Oh, my God.
You got bars today, huh, SippinWitSammie?
I got to entertain the people, man.
You know, they still get drug tested afterwards for PDEs, so...
Yeah, well, PDEs ain't... Yeah.
PDEs do include yang.
Yo, you silly as shit, man.
How do you think Raya Garcia got it?
All right. We good. We ain't gonna get youngin' no more like. We don't respect homie. We like real boxing. And we did respect homie. We don't no more, right? This is my boxing expert besides One Punch Car on the phone.
Oh, so are you ready to talk?
You talking about, who did we respect?
We respected Ryan Garcia until he started fucking with his body.
Yeah, all that weird shit. Fucking with his body, the disrespecting the black folks shit.
Yeah, like, we don't play them games in sport, bro.
Well, do you want to talk about Olympic boxing?
But I don't respect him disrespecting.
Go to the boxing.
Islam. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
At all, like.
No, we can't respect that at all. And, you know, we from where we from, so we don't even play them games.
Right.
We don't even play them games. And it's not even a thing, it's a respect thing. It's like
10 times out of 10, somebody in your family Muslim, like.
Yeah. Your cousin you grew up in with church and is Muslim.
Or one of your homies from your block that you grew up with.
And 9 times out of 10, you got a lot of that wisdom and learn some things from them folks.
Exactly.
I think people don't realize that part. Like, as much as I might not want to be in the same realm as you, I can learn from what you believe in because I gotta learn some shit.
Yeah, I think he got caught up with that PED stuff and then just was trying to keep himself alive and he just went crazy and crashed out. There's a lot of that been going on lately in the world. But
Well, we're gonna let Kay introduce this next topic.
all right, you already know I'm still locked in. You already know.
All right, my man.
All right.
Go ahead, Kay.
All right, let's talk about Olympic boxing.
Shout out C Cash. C
So-
Cash versus on your YouTube and watching.
I did not watch very much Olympic boxing during the Olympics because, you know, I don't need to. But anyway,
Wow.
the whole controversy that happened this year in boxing was started about the misgendering of the boxer that I have pictured here. What's her name? Hold on.
Damn, I forget her name. She been in the news all week.
I know, and I feel bad for forgetting it now.
Come on, Stat Lady.
Hold on.
Stat Lady. Stat
She's an
Lady.
Algerian boxer named Iman Khalif.
Mm-hmm.
Khalif.
Yep, Khalif.
Khalif. Iman Khalif. So, what happened in this situation is the International Boxing Association used to be the governing body for all international boxing. That was the one that was recognized by the International Olympic Committee as the ones who set the rules for boxing internationally. Same way that FIBA is for basketball. Well, last year, the IOC actually stripped the International Boxing Association of its title of governing body due to their viewpoints on gender in particular and gender testing, as well as management issues, finance issues, and the fact that their president is a known financier of the Russian government. So their president is last name Kremlev, just tells you quite how Russian he is. And he has very, very particular viewpoints on gender testing and hormone testing, and what that means for international competition participation. So Iman was tested by the IBA at some point and disqualified from competing in IBA competitions because her hormone levels were above a certain amount when the IBA had tested her. Now, IOC has different rules as far as what qualifies you to be able to compete. So Iman was not barred from competing in the Olympics themselves, particularly because of this differentiation between the IBA and the IOC determining that the IBA was no longer the governing body. So that's what happened there. Now, why is this interesting?
Mm-hmm.
So, there's a
I'm
lot
with
of
you.
talk about what sports will be continuing in LA, and one of the sports that is still very up in the air is boxing. Even though boxing was considered a permanent Olympic sport, it's unclear whether it's going to be continued into
form.
2028
Yep.
because there is no named international governing body because of this feud between the IBA and the IOC.
And it's always been a problem in boxing.
Yes, this has definitely been a problem for a long time and has kind of been building for years. And it's really coming to a head now. We see it in the media. Some of our well-known boxing and fighting celebrities are kind of making statements about Olympic boxing and the IBA in some cases, and kind of choosing sides. So it's interesting. What is going on with your mic?
You good? Go ahead.
It's interesting to see what will become of international boxing in the future. Kind of like what I was saying with sport climbing, I think that Olympic boxing is a very difficult sport just because of a number of bouts that you have during the Olympics. So some of these fighters are fighting 4 and 5 different bouts in a 15-day period, which you can imagine how strenuous that is on your body, how short of a recovery period you have, all of that. It makes it very, very difficult. So, yeah, I think that there's a lot to examine here in terms of the future of boxing at the Olympics, a lot to look into, and, you know, a lot to decide when it comes to boxing in general.
Nah, I think that, yeah, we had a weird place. We had a strange time, and it hasn't been accountable. We're at a space that has been, in a place where certain people have accounted for accommodating certain things, but not regulating other things. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And boxing is one of those things specific to where even like when we look at a Brittany Griner, or we look at the young lady right here, and it's like there's thin lines and different things that's going on that we need to regulate in a real way, because anything physical could be dangerous. Mm-hmm. And as much as we respect our female or women, or however I'm supposed to politically say it, athletes, we don't want anybody to get hurt in a position where they can't recover and still be functional adults and parents.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And I think that's fair to say.
Yeah.
So I think that this is one of those things where they got to regulate it, but the regulations of fighting is levels to it.
Yeah.
It's who can fight in Vegas. It's who can fight in New York. It's who can fight in Arabia, Istanbul. Right?
Yeah.
Abu Dhabi. And it's a lot of billion. My bad. It's a lot of billionaires that's investing in this shit. But the more that people put money behind it, the more that people are going to challenge who reserves the rights to relegate it. Right? Mm-hmm. And fighting is that kind of sport. So this is sad, but hopefully they figure it out. And I think they will, actually. I think that we short sell 4 years. So if we know that this isn't a thing in the LA Olympics, you don't think they'll figure it out in 8 years? I think they will.
I mean, and like I said, they haven't made it official yet that it's not going to be in LA. It's just rumored to probably not.
Because it's difficult right now.
Yeah.
Do me a favor, check your inbox, and I'm gonna make a phone call in a minute. I need you to put that on the situation. It's our next topic, real quick. We're gonna take a break from the Olympics in a minute and get into something that's coming up. That's really dope. That's really, really dope.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah, give me a second.
Is that a fair request?
Yeah, that's fine.
If you want to chat, let me know where you from. I don't care what platform you on. Also, once again, congratulations to our winner of the tickets to the Bent Wine Festival Polo Classic featuring Little Mo. And like I said, that's just one of them joints where like everybody want to be a socialite. Go catch a vibe, yo. And you could do both. Or you could just fall back and hide under your hat. But go catch a vibe, man. I love that. I love that. Shout out to our sponsors from Bent Wine. Shout out to SippinWitSammie Brewing Company. It is what it is. It's a novelty brand, but we getting it done. We getting it done. We got the flavors. You see what I sent you, though?
Yeah, I got it.
You got what's going on?
I got it on the one.
All right, should I make the phone call now?
Yeah, you can make the phone call.
All right, let me make the phone call, man. That's why I unplugged my mic earlier. That's what happened.
I know, you kept making phone calls on the air.
Yeah, well, you know, me.
I could hear all of them.
Yeah, well, you know, they heard them too, but I ain't want to overtalk you either. Answer your phone, bro. You gonna have to call me back. He answered on 2 rings the first time. Yo, bro.
Yo, what it do, play? How it is?
Tell me who we got in the situation, man. You live with SippinWitSammie right now, man.
Oh man, Sam alone.
Who we got?
How you doing, man? You got Emila Colache on the line.
My guy.
What it do, man? What it do?
It do what it does, man. For anybody that doesn't know this gentleman, this is somebody that I'm very proud of and somebody that supports this platform wholeheartedly every chance he gets. And he just dropped something on me in real time, and I just want us to get acclimated because we're going to be talking about it until it happens, right?
For sure.
So what's going on, man? How you feeling?
You know, man, I had to call you, and because I've just been so busy and beginning to tap in sometimes. And I needed a favor because, you know, we do this every year. We do this every year. Sometimes I forget all the different spaces that I'm in. But I appreciate you being available, and let's see how we can make this happen. But I had to come tap in with you and see how we can, you can, you know, do your amazing things with your podcast at the Free Love Fest. This year we collaborating with a group called Phase 2, and we calling it the Climax. And we wanted to, you know, bring different elements from the youth side and the adult side, and just, you know, make it a nice family type and chill type vibe, and still be able to have the essence of community, you know, free love, right?
Right.
But,
No, one thing I want to do real quick. Hold on.
And just, you know, showcase the great talent that Philly got to offer and the tri-state in general, because you do that on your platform on the daily, and I appreciate that, man, because nobody told you, man, you ain't got to do it at all. Alright, you ain't got to do it at all, but you find a way to show love to everybody and allow their talent for everybody else to see and become a fan of their craft. So appreciate you, brother, man.
No, I appreciate you. One thing I want to do is I want to salute you on the Free Love Fest, right? Because that's something that I've been a part of for a few years now, and it's always awesome. It's always dope energy, and you always give us carte blanche to be able to cover it, and I appreciate you. I performed there, I've covered it, I've done both, right?
Check out the Tripping with Sammie's.
Yes,
Yeah. But at the same time, this is...
For that stage, you don't know.
You know, whatever they call me to do, I'm going to do it, baby. But one thing I want to acknowledge is that this is the new iteration. This is the evolvement of what you've been doing for a while, right?
Right, for sure.
So you added on Phase 2 and you culminate in something different, but it's still free love.
Yeah, it's definitely free love, man. Pull up. It's like, you know, we ain't charge nobody. Pull up, come enjoy the experiences and the essence of what we do. The organization is called FIRE. Acronym is Free Inspiration Reaching Everyone. So we based here in Philly and Ghana, and our goal is to provide resources for all over the world. So the festival is part of our fundraiser that we do every year, where we collect sneakers, school supplies, and ship it over, and have a way to just have fun, celebrate, and get back at the same time.
Nah, man, I just want to salute you on that. I applaud your efforts. I seen y'all put basketball courts in them neighborhoods. I seen y'all paint stuff that make people proud. I've seen y'all hand out everything under the sun to them people that as a resource, whether that's physically or just people they can tap into to get the things that they need. I appreciate you and I love you, bro. And we gonna figure this out. This is gonna be fun.
Oh yeah, for sure. Also, I got to tap in with you on this because what we've been doing, we did actually last year. We replicated what we did in the Free Love Fest in Ghana, and it's called Ghana to the Moon. And we took some people here from the U.S. down there. So what we were trying to do is create that same essence and artistry to do that.
So what you trying to tell me? You taking me to Ghana, nigga?
Yeah, I mean, you know, let's talk.
That's my brother. I love you for that.
But you know, creation of platforms and future stuff, man. Appreciate your craft and any way to keep helping, support, and push what you doing for the musicians, the artists, and people of the world. Let's do this together, brother. Appreciate you, brother.
No, what I'm gonna tell you, and I'm gonna tell you in front of the people, man. Whatever I'm doing here, I'm more than willing to take some trips over there and replicate over there. I would be honored to be in a position to be able to share wisdom, expertise, or just learn culture. I'm with all of the above, bro.
For sure. Let's do that.
You know what I mean? I said it on wax, so you got me. You got me. But I appreciate you.
Hey, you see what I got your cousin on. You see your cousin, he don't stop.
No, man, he one of them though. He different. He different. I actually admire that man in a lot of different ways, man, and that's what we supposed to do, right?
Yeah, for sure, man.
So I'm just trying to get on board. I'm just trying to catch up to y'all. Y'all been doing the good work, man, and I admire it in a lot of ways. And I always tell you I support you whatever way makes sense. If that's the next plateau, let's figure it out. I'm going to renew my passport, and you going to tell me what I got to get right, and we going to go get busy, and I'm going to bring as many cameras as you need.
For sure, because yeah, we talk.
No, we'll talk. I know you know how to finagle the finagling, but we just got to get it done, man. It's about us, but I definitely appreciate you, and I know he actually, for anybody that's tapped in, and even Kay, because she wasn't aware that this was going to happen, he literally just texted me this flyer about the situation, and I was like, well, I'm live now, can I call you? So once again, run down what's going on with the climax, and I'm going to let you go.
Alright, so the climax is a fusion of the Free Love Fest and the climax, which is also a festival for the community, and what we try to do is just orchestrate it a way where we can showcase the talents of Philadelphia and the Tri-State, and also do part of our annual give back to Ghana, and invite people to learn about the mission trip and pull up to Ghana and be part of what we've been doing with our Inspiration Weekend.
My man, yo, once again, man, salute to you. I appreciate you. You doing the good work, man. You doing God's work out here in these streets, man. I don't know. I know you humble, but I'm going to be real with you. You go above and beyond for your people, and it's something that should be saluted.
I appreciate you, brother, man. You do the work that it's not shown, man. And it's a beautiful thing, man. Thank you for allowing me to be your platform, man. This is much appreciated, man. I don't get much time to tap in with you, but this is thank you, brother.
No, never a problem, man. We gonna get you up here in the flesh sooner than later.
No doubt, man.
My guy, appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
So, just to go over the flyer one more time for everybody in the chat. This is August 30th. We are talking about at the One Art Community Center. The event is called Climax, the festival experience, and it includes live performances, food, drink vendors, special announcements, bounce house for the kids, and more. The youth edition is from 3:30 to 6 p.m., and then it becomes the adult edition, rocking out until 11:30, I believe that says. It is free admission. Just make sure that you scan the QR code and figure out all the details. If you can't see the QR code, DM at SippinWitSammie on Instagram, or tap us on YouTube, and we will figure it out and make sure that you know where to go.
Man, I appreciate you for that. I appreciate you for the rundown. I appreciate them for everything that they do. But one thing I was thinking, like, we ain't been doing this live show a long time, right? And a lot of the people that associate with us are trying to figure out the angle. There's no angle. He sent me that text in real time. He showed me something that I thought should be acknowledged. And I asked him for a favor to be able to call him to discuss it. Because even if he said, yo, I'm tied up right now, I was just sending them joints out, we was going to present it. Because it's somebody that does a lot of good work for multiple communities, and he always ingratiates us with a space to catch a vibe, get some light, behind the scene, like all type of things. And he's very, very, very close to my little cousin, which is who we was talking about, who is a ball out here. And when you see what him and his friends have been able to provide and continue to produce, it's amazing. It's amazing. When you see these videos of them at home and all of that, it's real. It's real. So salute to them, man. This is what's possible. This is our shit. This is our shit. We can get back to the Olympics, but I had to give my boy a minute. That's all I'm saying.
Fair to say.
Fair to say, right?
Fair to say.
What you think about that? You thought that was dope?
Yeah.
Cause you've been to quite a few Free Love Fest, right?
Yeah, I think we've covered the last 3 or 4.
And I've been to them before you was on board.
Yep.
So like to see that they partnering with another situation and it's progressing, that's awesome. And the venue was dope.
Oh yeah.
It's one of the best venues we got in the city outdoor.
Absolutely.
Facts.
Absolutely.
Facts. So let's do it, man. Y'all see us in the building.
All right. Let's get back to these Olympics.
Let's do the Olympics, man.
All right.
Going to Ghana, nigga. Oh, my bad. I'm in a blessed position, man.
All right. So we wrapped up boxing. That takes us to volleyball.
Now, this is your expertise. You one of them, right?
This is the sport I played in college. Yes.
Okay, you one of them.
Yeah.
They don't know you was one of them. Look at the shoulders.
I got shoulders.
I own shoulders.
Yeah, I was a defensive player. So you see that one that's in the white shirt, different color than the rest of his team? That was me.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that was me.
You were always an outlier.
Yeah, I had the other shirt. Sometimes I also played in the 5 position, which is another back row position. But anyway, regardless.
Yeah, you expert. I don't really be knowing what happened until they meet at the net.
So, volleyball is a sport that historically the U.S. has been great at, but we've actually had less luck in recent years in 5v5 and more luck in beach since that became a discipline. This year was quite the opposite. So, we ended up getting the silver in women's for 5v5 volleyball and losing to Italy in 3 straight sets in the finals. And then the men ended up winning their bronze medal match to bring home that medal. But unfortunately, we did not get a single beach volleyball medal for the first time since the sport has been introduced in '96. Now, if you don't know much about beach volleyball, especially in the U.S., the way that this sport kind of shakes out is it ends up being a retiree sport. So if you were really good at 5v5 in college and you want to keep playing at a professional level, sometimes you go to beach because there really aren't ways to play professionally 5v5 beyond college. So once you get done at college, you're kind of done. So they go on to play beach. Or other athletes, like the basketball player, who we saw in this year's Olympics, will come over when they are done with their NBA career and things like that to play volleyball.
Man, let the Suns and won a medal.
So, beach volleyball in particular is an interesting sport because you only have 2 people on the court the entire time. So, you really need to have not only great synergy with that player, but you both need to be all-around players, or else it's very easy to exploit your weaknesses. You would always serve to the player who you know can't hit the ball, or always make the second pass go to the person who can't set. It's a very easy strategy to win if you don't have all-around players on both sides. So that leads me to the American beach volleyball teams. I personally thought that I was not impressed with any of our beach volleyball teams this year. And we have such a strong history of beach volleyball, like I mentioned, that for us to not really get anywhere with any of our teams is insane. But I don't think that was to say that our teams played poorly. I think that all of these other teams deserve to beat our teams.
Get down on the ground.
So I don't know if less people are going into beach volleyball, as used to be. Like I said, it used to be a popular way for good college 5v5 players to continue to play. Maybe our 5v5 teams are becoming too specialized and we have less all-around athletes that can really make a run at beach volleyball. I don't know what it is, but I want us to fix it as quickly as possible because I like watching beach volleyball, and not having an American to root for was just heartbreaking. What do you think about this?
I think one thing when I'm listening to this, because you're the expert, right? Stat lady. And you know this sport more than me, and I respect the sport, and I love watching them women out there in their volleyball outfits.
Yes.
That's always a highlight of the Olympics. But one thing that I'm thinking is, if you were at that level, what were they missing that you think you could have personally provided? Not saying that you're as athletically sound as them, but what from your game do you think would have contributed if you were in that situation? If anything.
Let me be very clear. I'm not on their level.
No, I know. I'm not trying to say that. I don't want to put you in the spotlight like that.
Even remotely.
But just from your skill set and your knowledge of the game, like, you know how I watch certain basketball games and I'm like, put your hands up.
I mean, beach volleyball is a lot more about finesse than power, which a lot of people get wrong.
Okay.
So one of the biggest things about beach volleyball, kind of as I was alluding to earlier, is your chemistry with your teammate and your ability to communicate with your teammate in a very, very quick manner. So one of the things that happens in volleyball that a lot of people who don't play or don't pay attention probably miss is your defensive player, when they're covering when you're hitting the ball, when they're behind you covering your block just in case you hit into the block, they're also telling you where that block is because you can't always see it.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
So your teammate is telling you either where the block is or where to hit at, where it's open, depending on what you and your teammate decide on and how you call things.
Yeah.
So you need to rely on that communication, especially in beach volleyball, where your impact of your third hit and where the block is so critical because you're only going up 1v1 almost every time. Yes. So
your strength would have been communication? Or are you spinning me?
I think...
Check out!
I'm not saying that my strength is communication. I'm saying what a lot of these teams lacked is both communication and finesse.
Okay, all right.
Because it's one thing to be able to recognize where the hole is. It's another thing to be able to execute and put the ball in that position in a smooth fashion.
That's freaky. I'm with you. That was kinky.
So there's a lot of different types of attacks that you can have. There's tips. There's, spikes, like hitting the ball hard. Or there's what's called a roll. And a roll is somewhat in between. It's when you go up like you're going to hit the ball, and then you just come through in a slower kind of change up sort of fashion. If you want to put it into if you want to put it in baseball terms, it's like you hit a change up, and you place the ball in a particular place. In beach volleyball, you can also I don't know what the Olympic rules are, but in a lot of beach volleyballs, you can also do what's called a closed fist tip, because they don't allow you to do an open hand tip. So a closed fist tip, also called a cobra, is something that you can do to give it just a little bit of bounce off your fingers in a way that a tip doesn't give you, but you can still place the ball in that manner.
It should sound like pool at that point.
Right. So when you get to beach volleyball at that level, and you have one person blocking, and then the other person is responsible to pick up the entire area of the rest of the court, and you can place the ball anywhere on that court with a good set and a little finesse, that's when you become an unbeatable beach volleyball team. And I didn't see much of that from the Americans during these matchups.
That's crazy. Why would you switch the camera to me when I'm digging in my ear? You vicious, yo. That's crazy. For anybody that don't know, when you got these headphones on for a couple hours, moisture builds. It's weird. But
I didn't even know you were digging in your ear. Way
you
to
didn't
point it
even
out.
look, producer. Nah, you good. I ain't tripping. Y'all can see me in all my forms. I am who I am. But no, I like that breakdown. I don't really know enough about volleyball except appreciating when they meet it in that and they outfits. So I'm glad you was able to bring some light to what went on. And where did we place?
In beach volleyball, we didn't.
What about the other one?
We got silver in women's and bronze in men's.
All right, well, it is what it is.
Yeah. I thought that was actually great performance for us.
One thing Americans know is we travel around the world for better beaches.
Mm-hmm.
So it is what it is.
All right, I'm going to touch on swimming, not going to go too in-depth just because it's not my favorite sport. But you can't talk about the Olympics and not talk about swimming.
No, she deserves our recognition.
Absolutely. Let's give Katie Ledecky all of the flowers in the world because, again, she showed up for the U.S. She ended up with, hold on, let me figure out exactly how many medals she got.
She snapped out,
She got 2 golds, individual. And then I believe she got a bronze as well. And those are just her individual wins. So she was also part of relays and things like that. So I'm sure there's more medals that I'm missing. But shout out to Katie Ledecky because, as always, she cleans up when it comes to mostly distance freestyles. She's just unstoppable. But there were also some other U.S. women who did a great job. Tori Husk and Kate Douglas also ended up getting golds. For the men, Bobby Fink was the only individual gold medal, which it was without him, it would have been the first time
Since 1900?
Yeah, that we didn't get an individual gold in men's swimming.
It was like 1904 or something.
Yeah, I think it was 1904.
It was crazy.
So shout out to him. Thank God he got that because it was not looking good for us on the men's side. We did end up getting a gold in the men's 4x100 freestyle relay as well.
And we got a world record in swimming for the men.
Bobby Fink was the one that got the world record, I believe.
Because Shay and them got pain.
Yep. So shout out to all of our swimmers. They did a great job as always. The other thing that I wanted to point out, since we are talking about swimming, obviously there was a lot of controversy with the Chinese team when it comes to swimming from Tokyo. They were involved in a doping scandal where upwards of 20 athletes were found to be contaminated.
Sheesh.
The IOC ultimately ruled that it was due to unintentional environmental contamination.
Wow.
Basically, something was in their food from the hotel that they ended up ingesting, and that is what spiked the test. The U.S., of course, has disagreed with this ruling pretty vehemently, and ended up creating their own organization to criminalize doping. So now, as we're kind of moving into LA in 2028, something that's interesting about this Olympics is it will be under jurisdiction of an organization called the RADA, which is...
Can you explain that? I saw that. I don't know what
a
that is.
U.S. anti-doping association.
This is new.
Yes. So
This is beyond Olympic style testing. Like Floyd made a big deal out of Olympic style testing before his fight.
Yes.
This is beyond that.
This is beyond that.
Okay.
So the U.S. has their own rules when it comes to anti-doping, and we criminalize it. Whereas internationally, it is considered a finable offense, and you get like a citation. You might get banned from the sport, things of that nature, but you will not be prosecuted in a criminal court. Here in America, you will be. So, as the athletes are gearing up to participate in the LA Olympics, they will be scrutinized to different types of tests than what they are used to. tests that are outside of the normal purview of the International Olympic Committee. So it's interesting to see how the International Olympic Committee plays this and whether they allow for those tests to go on. If doping is found, whether that person ends up getting criminally prosecuted here in the U.S. Or if we have some sort of overlying extradition clause that that'll cover the entire Olympics and all of the athletes participating. There's a lot that could kind of come to from this. And it also, all of this has larger implications for our relationship with China, our relationship with Russia, and our relationship with all of these other large world powers that you're seeing a lot of international tension brewing.
Because they can try to claim that we're trying to gain an advantage.
That there's ways that, you know, they have different rules about what is considered a PED and what isn't, and different. There's also just a huge distrust between all of our countries. So if our governing association is the one that's doing the testing, and we find somebody to be guilty of doping, and it comes from that person comes from one of those countries, it could spiral into a huge international diplomacy issue.
They can pull a 45.
Yeah, so it'll be very interesting to see as those discussions continue now that we're through the Paris Olympics, as they start to dive into that relationship between the RADA and the WADA and how that's going to play out for the next Olympics. It'll be interesting to see where that lands.
Yeah. One thing, and I posted this earlier on Facebook, I'm seeing people reacting to headlines. And then there's people that's saying, like, they're going to replace boxing with breakdancing. That's crazy. And then I'm seeing people saying they doing breakdancing in the Olympics. That's appropriation. And it's like, yo, if y'all really pay attention to these stories, you'd be better off. You're literally just telling your audience you don't know nothing that you're talking about. You don't really give a fuck, but you want to be a part of the conversation. That's what's going on right now. Pay attention to the fact that the fighting thing is not something that the Olympics want to disclude. But if you don't want to figure out if there's a man or a woman punching on a woman, then we got to figure some things out.
Facts.
That's what it is. And when it comes to breaking, like she said, that is not a guaranteed sport. It's something that we were able to experience. And if y'all drum up enough attention to it. And the crazy thing is, y'all criticisms is based on the first presentation of it.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not going to be in LA, then we got 8 years for it to progress.
Yep.
Think about that.
All right, let's get into our American champions, our U.S. track team. Yes, please give them a big hand. So our U.S. track team ended up walking away from the Olympics with 34 medals, including 14 golds, 11 silvers, and 9 bronze. Some of the notable medalees in here, of course, were Noah Lyles at the men's 100 meter. Quincy Hall got gold at the men's 400. Cole Hawker got gold at the men's 1500. Grant Holloway for the men's 110 hurdles. Rye Benjamin for the men's 400 hurdles. Gabrielle Thomas for the 200. Gabrielle Thomas for the 4x100 relay, along with Sha'Carri Richardson and 2 other runners whose names are escaping me. The 4x400, again, one with Gabby Thomas, and countless others. Like I said, our team really cleaned up when it came to track and field. And not only that, but our team was very attractive as well. I gotta say,
It was gorgeous, yo.
Everybody that ran for the U.S., and we weren't the only country, but everybody that ran for the U.S. was gorgeous.
Everybody ran for the U.S. looked like they could get a TV show.
Oh my God, yes.
It was crazy. It was crazy. So shout out to y'all for being I don't like celebrating beauty because you don't really own it, but y'all were beautiful, and I talk about beauty, so we ain't talking about celebrating it. But shout out to y'all for being dope. Since the Olympics have happened, shout out to Club Shay Shay and Nightcap and a few other platforms. We've been able to hear some of y'all talk about what it took to get the medals that y'all got, and a lot of people made sacrifices, and a lot of people ran injured in a real way, to where even some of those records, personal records or world records, would have been 10/10 of a second to half a second to a whole second to 5 seconds lower if everybody was healthy. And a lot of people sacrifice certain races to be able to watch somebody else and give them the energy of, I know you gonna hold it down. And I think the U.S. Olympic track team was a great example this year of just unity.
Absolutely.
Unity. I think so many people hit certain spaces, and there was a lot of big personalities out of a lot of these athletes, and nobody stepped on each other's toe.
Absolutely.
I thought that was fly.
I think, and we know that some people on the U.S. track team don't like Noah Lyles. We know that there's some women on the U.S. track team that don't like Sha'Carri Richardson.
Right.
But I loved the fact that, like you said, nobody publicly was showing anything but support for their U.S. teammates when it came down to these races.
Yeah, I agree.
So I really appreciated that. Now, if we dig in a little bit further, let's talk about Noah Lyles and the 200 meter. So like we talked about last week, he did win gold for the 100 meter, and we knew that he was also planning to run the 200 meter race, and his big plan was to double and win both. Unfortunately, he came up with the bronze.
200 is his main race, right?
Yes, the 200 is his main race.
Right.
He ended up with the bronze in the 200 meter, which is normally his main race. But it comes out after the race that he actually ran with COVID. So he was diagnosed with COVID a day and a half before the race was scheduled to be run. And he managed to, even though he was showing symptoms, he managed to still run the race. He was very exhausted afterward and had to be wheeled off the track. But that's just astounding to me that he still went out there and ran the race despite having tested positive and showing symptoms of COVID. So shout out to Noah Lyles, and still getting the bronze on top of it. In addition to that Noah Lyles story, we can't talk about Noah Lyles and not talk about some of the controversy and little quibbles that he found himself in throughout these Olympics as well. So, notably, Noah Lyles and the men's basketball team kind of went through a little social media back and forth.
It's been going on for a while.
Based off of some comments that Noah Lyles actually made in 2023.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about the NBA banners that say World Champion at the top, and remarked, World Champion of what? They only compete in the U.S. They aren't competing against international teams, so how can they call themselves world champions? Mm-hmm. This has since escalated and gone back and forth, especially now that the U.S. basketball team has gotten their gold. They said something along the lines of, we don't compete for bronze. They also said something along the lines of, I guess are we world champions now? ? And, Noah has given some replies as well. I don't remember all of them. But at the end of the day, I thought that this was actually a fun, playful back and forth. And I think that it brought a lot of attention to track and field in particular, which was probably Noah's goal. So overall, I'm not mad at the quibble. What do you think of it?
It feels very similar to what happened with what's my man that played with the French name, the African boy, and he was saying like the international game is more of a basketball game and is more intelligent. And then after the game, who was it? Durant posted he said it's more intelligent, less entertaining, and Durant posted IQ and entertainment after they won the championship. it's just one of those things that's been going back and forth throughout these situations where certain people, and that's not the end of the No Allow story. No Allow's also turned down showing up at an Ant-Man event, and his response was, "You talking to me about somebody that didn't even win a championship, and I'm an international champion, and why would I show up for him, and you not even considering me for a shoe?" This is a loose quote, not a direct quote. And though he might have a point, especially after this year's Olympics, as far as appeal and
fame, notoriety.
Yeah, but sport wise, it's a different hill to climb when you come to endorsements. You're gonna be privy to certain things faster in track than you are in basketball, and then you're gonna share certain things. That's just the nature of the beast. You have to literally blow something wide the fuck open on a track to get a shoe in America. In America. That's a fact. Michael Johnson's, and matter of fact, hold on. Talk us through it. What I'm doing.
Oh, he's getting these shoes. They're a track shoe, named after a track star, one of the few.
Yeah, I'm a real sneakerhead. Hold up, let me make sure y'all get in. I'm one of them. This shoe is as old as when it came out. This is called a Michael Johnson. Y'all see it? Gold laces that flake hella quick. Now mine's still gold. But like, he had a silver pair. Usain Bolt had some gold sneaks. Like, it takes a different level, and I'm talking about American athletes, so Usain don't even count. But it takes a different level of track star to get a signature shoe. And I actually think Nyjah, what's his name?
Noah Lyles?
Noah. I think he'll get one. But I think that comparing it to an NBA star getting one before you is foolish. You got to know the market. And the market is changing. It's always changing. And I'm sure that he probably made the statement to draw attention to the fact that he wants a shoe. But you have to be very careful as a young businessman what you complain about. Does that make sense?
No, that's absolutely makes sense.
Because it's levels. You give me a handful of people in each sport that have a signature shoe. Venus and Serena was crazy. They still ain't got a shoe. I remember Agassiz. I don't remember no Arthur Ashes. Like, it's levels.
Yep.
It's
and
appeal.
That is a little indicative of Noah Lyles, what some might call arrogance.
Well, I respect it.
Including Tobago, who was the winner of the 200 meter.
Mm-hmm.
He was asked by press whether he would be the face of the league since he ended up winning. And he basically said something along the lines of, "I can't be the face of the league. I'm not arrogant and loud like Noah Lyles."
That's basically exactly what he said.
So,
I mean, I'm not mad at him because at some point it's political for them, right?
right.
Winning a gold medal means a different thing in every country. You already went over that, right?
Mhm.
Like how much you benefit from winning a gold medal once
Mhm.
you're an Olympian. And we're all competing for different marketing positions. So if you're somebody that's visibly louder, I'm going to present that I'm not that guy. As opposed to fighting against it, I'm going to just acknowledge, no, I'm not like him. Now, he could have probably said it a little better, but I'm sure when you have to run against the same type of energy for a long time, you hold resentment, so you going to say it how you going to say it. If you as fast as he is, he get the right to say what he want, right?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't disrespect anybody. But I'm with it. I'm not mad at him. Like, Noah has a market. We watched those Olympics, and you see Noah in about 5 different commercials. Everybody dancing like Noah.
Mm-hmm.
Even in the COVID run, you see him run on the track and turn up. And a lot of people are saying there's no signs of COVID there. You don't even know what he was trying to fight through to get his energy up.
Right. Right.
Have you ever literally had it? I've had it a couple times. It's depleting than a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why I keep telling y'all are judging people by social media and new era realms to the point where like getting a medal is actually called winning, and you don't get it. As a country as a whole, when we started it with this, we tied for first in golds. We blow everybody else out for medals. We're dominating. You know who helps us dominate? The people that didn't win golds, that wasn't tied for gold, that got silver and bronze.
Yep.
Y'all are bugging. Y'all tripping. Y'all acting like because an athlete is so confident in itself that they're supposed to be the number one athlete in the world. And if they fall to second or third, that's not an accomplishment.
Okay. I'm going to pause your Ruga rant there.
Ruga rant.
Because we're getting close to time, and we still got a couple more things to go through.
Let's go through it, man. Let's have some fun. My bad.
All right. So, one of the disappointments of the U.S. track and field team was the 4x100 meters. So, like we talked about earlier, Noah had COVID, so he did not run in this.
Right.
There was a big fumble when it came to passing the baton, and they ended up being disqualified as a team.
You need to leave.
Yeah, it was rough. Moving on from that, I did want to give a shout out to Sifan Hassan from the Netherlands. This woman tripled. And by that, I mean she got gold in the marathon, got bronze in the 5K, and bronze in the 10K. So that's just amazing. Shout out to her. And for her to be able to win the last gold of the Olympics as well was kind of like icing on the cake. It was so perfect.
Oh, the young lady with the hair wrap.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
That was dope. So shout out to her. That's an amazing Olympic feat. So kudos. The other thing that I wanted to talk about before we move on from track is Jamaica. So one of the reasons that we were able to get 14 golds is because a lot of the Jamaican sprinters that we expected to see on the women's side did not end up competing. Most notably, Sharika did not compete,
right,
and Shelly Ann did not compete either.
Right.
A lot of this was due to pre-existing injuries and things happening outside of the track at the Olympics. We talked about them not being, Shelly Ann and Carrie not being able to get into the practice facility to warm up before their meet.
Because of a rule that was supposedly changed the day before.
Yes. So, you know, it's tough to see Jamaicans who really care so much about sprinting, and this is really like a national treasure of a sport for them, to have them have such a disappointing Olympic run in terms of what they were expecting is sad to watch, but you know, we ended up capitalizing on it, so I don't want to take the wins away from our Americans, and they did a great job.
I got a question.
Yes.
Do you think that I think Sha'Carri wanted to compete against them.
I think she did too.
I think we've seen in the past when they were in mutual, spaces, they've always acknowledged each other and said like we that. And I think that, do you think that it's a little bittersweet for Sha'Carri? Whether where she placed, like, you think she wanted that smoke?
I do think she wanted that smoke.
Right.
100%.
That's what I'm talking about.
I still think for her, in her mind, getting to the Olympics and being able to compete and to hold her composure throughout the entire situation
so many hurdles,
was so much more of a win for her.
Mm-hmm.
And then to get silver on top of it, like, she's not going home feeling disappointed at all.
And I don't think it's so much disappointment, but I think it's like, when you hyping yourself up for these fields,
yeah,
you looking at who go be to the left or the right of you, and you like, man, yeah.
Yeah.
And not that she would have been able to do more than she done, because she done quite a bit, and she's, I'm good with what she's done. But, like, I just think it might have been, like, she might have texted them after the joint, like, girl, you should have been there. we could have ate it up. We could have acted crazy. I'd have gave that look to the left to you. You know what I mean? Because that's one thing that we ain't talk about. Remember that joint when she looked at the camera?
Yeah.
She was looking at the girl right next to her. The camera was in the perfect position.
Oh, yeah. No, I saw it.
She gave her that, bitch, please.
Yep. I love that.
Man, listen.
They
wanted me to run track. It was too boring for me. I didn't want to run and then wait 2 hours to run again. Like, it was too much. I'd rather play basketball. But I was quick. I'm just saying, I'm getting my Ocho Cinco on. Let y'all know what I was. I was that fast. They wanted me running for Manary, whatever it was.
So I want to talk about the closing ceremony.
You got to break this down to me because a lot went on, man.
What do you mean a lot went on?
There was it started with entrances and stuff, right? And then it went to the closing of the opening ceremony when I'm talking about the silver guy, the gold guy, right?
Oh, okay. So,
you see what I'm saying?
So the way there's a couple of things that need to happen during the opening ceremony in the same way that things need to happen during the closing ceremony.
Okay.
So in the closing ceremony, you need to kind of carry the Olympic flame back to the ceremony itself and then on to its next destination, wherever the next city is. That's one of the big kind of ceremonial pieces that needs to happen. In addition to that, you need to give the last medal to the marathon winner. In this case, they flipped it and did the women's marathon on the last day, so that was the last medal awarded. They also need to announce all of the records that have been broken and made, Olympic records and world records. And finally, they need to basically show jubilance and party and celebrate the end of the games. Like those are the components that make up the closing ceremony.
Okay, I'm with you.
So what we saw in the beginning was we saw them, one of their most awarded Olympians of this year ended up taking the torch taking this like small little lantern thing from the
You talking about
Olympic
Harry
balloon.
Potter?
Yes, yes. Yeah, the guy that looked like Harry Potter. Right. From the Olympic balloon, and then we saw the Olympic balloon that simplified the torch for the duration of the event. We saw that light go out, and then he walked from where that was all the way back to the stadium where the closing ceremony was being held.
Okay.
So while that was happening, while that walk happened, we saw some creative performances, again, that were very French in nature. They focused on some French performers.
Yeah, boy.
I thought that they were actually great. I really enjoyed the closing ceremony performances. It was less focused on over-the-top creative than the opening ceremony. It was much more within its scale. But I thought it looked great. I loved the physical representation that you can kind of see in the graphic here. That, when it was lit up, ended up looking like the world. There was some light shows happening in the audience area where you could see different images going through the crowd, which ended up looking really cool. So from a tech perspective and a production perspective, I thought that this turned out great.
There was an actual light show.
Yeah, it really was. So I really enjoyed it. And then after they get through the creative portion that symbolizes leaving France, they took it to LA. And they physically showed the torch kind of arriving in LA, lighting up at the Coliseum in LA for the Olympic flame. And we had some performances by the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Whoa. Give me my camera back, lady.
What?
You didn't talk about the impossible mission that it took to get there?
Go ahead.
My man Tom Cruise standing on the top of the joint, doing his own stunts, propelling into the stadium and the arena.
Yes.
Getting on a motorcycle, throwing that flag on the back and riding past the motherfucking Eiffel Tower?
Yes.
We gonna skip all of that? Then we gonna skip him hopping in the back of a plane, his Fast and the Furious shit. We gonna skip that, right? We
Well,
gonna skip when he landed in L.A. and tied the motherfucking colors to the Hollywood sign.
The Hollywood sign thing did look dope.
We gonna skip the fact that within the iteration that we've seen and what we've seen since then, the L.A. changes randomly because they have so many type of people to represent that every LA 28 symbol is different culturally. We skipping all of that and going right into the stadium?
I just said who performed. I was getting there.
I mean, right onto the beach?
I was getting there.
No, you skipped it because they didn't get to the beach until a bunch of people ran through the streets and then somebody ran to the beach.
All right. So we covered it now. Are
All
you
right.
happy?
We not doing that, homie. That was crazy. Shout out Tom Cruise, man. Real American hero.
Shout out to her as well. She performed the anthem.
And then she performed his intro to his ascendance into the situation. And
Yes.
if you know anything about doing those ascensions, you watch him. He's controlling the speed of his incline the whole time. That was a real life stunt. He's still doing his own stunts. He's amazing. He's amazing. I didn't want to skip that. That's crazy. Top Gun? We gonna skip all the Top Gun shit?
Fine.
All right.
We said it.
All right. You weren't impressed. It's okay.
Not a huge Tom Cruise fan. Anyway, so Tom Cruise.
It took a year to plan that.
Tom Cruise did his stunt. He brought the torch in, and then rode the motorcycle, and got to L.A.
Mm-hmm.
And Nyjah took the torch in L.A., took us to the beach, and then on the beach was Red Hot Chili Peppers and Billie Eilish. Heavy.
Heavy.
Party.
Lit.
Lituation.
Absolute lie.
And so I looked into the A's a little bit more and the icons that you were just talking about.
No, I'm dope, right? You ain't even know that.
So
Tell him you ain't know that.
no, I did know it.
Oh, okay.
So each A is different, talking about every athlete has a story. Every A has a story. And so they have a bunch of these different A's in different styles to symbolize some of the different elements that they're trying to bring to this game as well, culturally.
Right.
So they have like a street art A. One of the big things that they're trying to bring to this game is they're melding together different art forms and entertainment and LA culture with the games themselves. So they're really bringing in street art elements. They're bringing in just like LA vibes, West Coast vibes, some
Latino,
of the
all
Latino and Asian influences that are present over there.
Beautiful.
It's gonna be dope. It's gonna be dope. So, and Snoop was at the closing ceremony as well. I can't not mention Snoop.
I mean, who's the biggest staples in this situation? Who takes the best care of our athletes? Snoop and Flavor Flav, man. What we talking about?
Yep.
Flav told the young lady, "You look, they give you a bronze medal. I'm gonna give you a silver clock that nobody got." Come on, man. Shout out to hip hop, man. You would have thought that hip hop would have took it this far.
And Dre was on the stage as well.
And Dre was, man. Listen, man.
Yep. I'm trying to make sure I remember every little piece now.
No, it was a lot.
It was a lot.
Like,
It was dope.
We can't be held responsible for the moments that we missed. If you remember them, then you were blessed to see them. But, like, we tried to pack it all into a little show for y'all, and it's so much that happened, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome. You seen a lot of people, whether you was rooting for their country or not, have those moments. You seen a lot of people that our culture salutes and supports, like Flav, Snoop, Dwayne Wade, and even some of the athletes, really have their moments and really show the world that they're as awesome as we think they are.
Definitely.
That Hollywood sign in LA though?
Heavy.
What?
I fucking love this.
And I predicted it, did I not?
Yeah, you did.
I predicted it. I said the Hollywood sign is going to be the joint. I got it. Yeah. That's crazy.
So,
And they got 4 years of this.
going into LA, what can you expect? So first and foremost, let's talk about the sports. New for LA will be flag football and
Dope.
squash.
Dope.
Additionally, they will be bringing back baseball, softball, lacrosse, and cricket.
Wow.
Um,
Cricket definitely wasn't a part for a while.
As we mentioned earlier, breaking will not be back for LA, and boxing is still very much up in the air, leaning towards not.
You good? I got the dog.
So they announced that LA is planned to cost $6.8 billion, all of which is intended to be privately funded through sponsorships and things of that nature.
I didn't know that.
They are also intending to work entirely with existing venues or temporary venues to make the games happen, so that it also leaves a zero footprint approach to the city itself. So I thought that that was an interesting departure, because previously a lot of cities have kind of used games as an economic stimulus of sorts to really quickly inject a lot of money into infrastructure, and then have that for lasting years. To better or worse, you know, some cities have made great use of it and have gone on to use that infrastructure. Other cities, we've seen that infrastructure kind of be underutilized and not really feel like a part of the city. So I think it's interesting that the Olympics is starting to take this more intentional approach about being zero impact on the city itself. It's a huge departure from the culture of the Olympics previously. So
I don't know if it's huge.
what do you mean?
Paris built a lot of things over top of. They built a lot of temporary stuff for the Paris Olympics, because history has shown us that cities and countries and whatever have you have built all these infrastructures and they rot. And it's the difference between having monuments and statues and revenue. So if I build 20 new, look at the DNC and the RNC. If either one of them come to your state, your city, they build 10 to 20 hotels within 3 years. Real rap. So imagine knowing that the Olympics is coming and we got to build stadiums and things to compensate for this, and we got to cut off this to compensate for that. We're at an age where now you can look back at how much everybody lost, how many things have been lost and left to ruins, how much income everybody has been able to gain, and how much things have been because I remember the Atlanta Olympics. And if you go down Atlanta, you see a lot of that. Atlanta is not based on none of that.
No.
None of that is bringing money into Atlanta.
Not at all.
It's not even touristic like a Liberty Bell.
No, I agree. I think this is a good decision, but I do think that it's a
sign
big
of
departure. Yeah.
I think I don't think it's a big departure, because I think Paris was the representation of what's to come. I think we actually seen it and didn't realize we seen it because they did such a good job that you actually watched the behind the scenes of how they built all of that stuff up, right? And I watched the percentage of it, and what I realized was they was concentrating on things that already existed and how to turn it back to what it was before.
Yeah, they were.
So I don't think this is a huge jump. That was my only point. Like, you were right with the rest of it. I just don't think it's as big of a transition. I think that for something that happens every 4 years, when you see something as monumental as what's been done this year as far as design, then you can only imagine what the next place that's taking that on, that's excited about it, that's not willing to take that hit at the same time because I want to get reelected for another position, and I don't want to be the reason that my opponent can say we lost a bunch of money at the biggest moment in the world. Right?
Yeah, but if you also go by this mentality, it does limit your opportunity to host games.
It doesn't, though.
In countries that haven't hosted games prior or don't have that sort of legacy built up.
Well, what happens is there's a different balance, right? If we're a country that doesn't have venues that fit these at all, right? Like, what happens is you need multiple venues to fit a whole lot of different events.
Yeah.
That's a difference between somewhere that doesn't have anything at capacity, and they might need to build up, and they're at an opportunity to show the world stage that they can handle something to where that might be more sustainable, or even if that's just the stadium that we look at, we proud of it because we didn't lose anything, right? So I think it's just different. I think my biggest problem with the LA situation is what we all knew was the biggest problem with taking the Olympics to the LA.
Transportation.
That part. In that order. Am I tripping?
No, not at all. I mean, I think that that's one of the biggest question marks still is how is this going to work?
The first thing that was said when they said it was going to LA was LA traffic is already horrible.
Yep.
Booking Airbnbs or whatever have you, horrible.
Expensive.
Robbery,
Horrible.
Blicking, which means they break into your shit, I think is the term. When you park your car, like you dealing with people that no matter how close they want to be to the games, they're gonna be in neighborhoods where the police have advised you to leave your doors unlocked, your windows down, and your trunk open to show people that there's nothing in your car.
Well,
Talk about the progression, please, because I didn't want to give it up. I wanted to introduce it.
no, I mean, I think it'll be interesting to see where LA politics go in the next couple of years in terms of how they spend money, how they, because typically
They ain't got no choice though.
typically in lead up to an event like this, you will see increases in enforcement in certain areas.
And cleaning people off the streets,
Cleaning.
encampments and stuff.
Yes, because we've gone
Just
through this in Philadelphia when the
moving-
Pope came.
No,
A
Atlanta.
smaller scale, but
Atlanta went through it. They cleaned out all the ghettos. They disrupted all of the neighborhoods of the local people in order to present a certain kind of front for the nation.
yes.
Like it happened in Atlanta already. But I want you to speak to what they plan on doing as far as transportation.
So I went on the website for the LA Olympics and I could not find anything specifically that pointed to transportation plans. They have not released yet exactly where the Olympic Village will be, nor have they released the full suite of venues that are being planned.
So you didn't find anything that substantiates what I have heard, which is that they are recommending that the only thing that will be able to be compensated for is public transportation at that time.
I did not find anything that specifically said that. However, if I was a betting person, I would say that that is most likely the majority of the plan.
They gotta put the Secret Service on every bus, plane, and train in the city.
Well, no, so they'll do it in a similar way to what Philly did when the Pope was here, where between certain stops, you are there in Popeville, and there is different levels of security. You're either not stopping in Popeville, or you stop in Popeville, and you are stopped in Popeville. You get what I mean? So, yes, there will be searches. Yes, there will be checkpoints within the city. Yes, if you live in downtown LA or, I mean, any part of LA, because we know how LA is set up, it's going to be annoying to especially for you as a normal civilian to try and get around on public transportation during this time.
We just seen what stuff wife went through
Yeah, so
in Paris.
we'll see how this ends up playing out. I'm sure that in addition to public transportation, depending on where some of the venues are and how far away they are, they will do team buses and things like that, the same way that they did here in Paris. But yeah, it's not as compact as the Paris games would be, for sure.
I don't even think people realize, like, when them teams was taking certain rides to certain venues, if they weren't immediately amongst the clutter of where all the events are happening, like the basketball team, for example. The fastest train was taking them 2 and some change hours away
Yeah.
to go perform. Imagine sleeping somewhere and still having to travel 2.5 hours to the basketball game. Like, I thought we was here.
Right.
So it's the same with these other sports.
Yeah.
It's
Absolutely.
The same. It's the same.
Absolutely. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, among other things. Before we wrap up for today, the last section of things to talk about is the overall coverage of the Olympics by NBC.
I wasn't supposed to clap for them. Can I clap for them?
You can clap for them.
All right, let's clap for them.
So some of the things that I thought were the highlights of the coverage, like we said earlier, Peacock
Was amazing.
was amazing. It was the key to unlocking everything you wanted to see from the Olympics. The fact
it's
that
still
you
up
could,
there.
yes, it's still up there. You can search by sport. It's incredible. I feel like I'm making a Peacock commercial, but
It's
I
amazing.
really enjoyed it.
You've never had this experience in the Olympics before, have you?
Never.
Where
Never.
you could literally just be like, I want to see that.
And then
That was just on your network television set.
and there is a schedule on Peacock itself, but I personally paired it with the Olympics app that has a medal count, a schedule, as well as a news feed where you can see all of the different headlines from the Olympic Games. So having that app in combination with Peacock, I really felt like I was there. I knew everything that was going on in every event that I wanted to watch.
Dope. That's fire, yo. They handled that awesomely.
Peacock also had a cool feature where they had a multi-view setup every day. So at a time when there were multiple sports going on, they had multiple multi-views where you could see all of the team sports that were happening all at once, 4 different sports, or all of the top events that were happening on 4 different screens. So that was a cool feature as well. My only suggestion there is I wish you could customize your multi-view. So if I could choose exactly which 4 sports go in those corners and then choose which audio I want to tune into at any given time, I would have watched the entire Olympics that way.
And I'm going to be honest. The way they were trying to run it was similar to Red Zone. And they need to just touch it up a little bit. Because in Red Zone, if you're not familiar in the NFL, when somebody gets close to a touchdown, it's something that's happening major. It goes right to that and it takes over the entire screen and then they shrink back to the multi-screen. I think they was almost there, but I think it was so much going on and it was the first time that they really offered that I know of, that it didn't really work out quite to perfection. But once again, we 4 years removed from the next one.
So some of the other criticisms...
Hold up. Comment on what I said about Red Zone.
I don't watch Red Zone.
So you never seen it?
No.
Okay. Gambler Paradise. But go ahead.
Yeah. So some of the things that I thought that they could have improved on and might improve on for future is their host choices in certain sports left a lot to be desired. I do like that they went to a lot of athletes who had played that sport previously, especially when we talk about some of the more obscure sports like sport climbing and things of that nature that the novice wouldn't understand how to even approach the sport or what the point system is.
Right.
That I appreciated, but some of the more popular sports and some of the daytime and primetime talk show conglomeration shows,
Yeah.
those hosts I could have done without most of.
I feel like they watched highlights enough to be able to produce the next day.
Yeah,
It was weird, yo.
that part was weird to me. None of them
We
were...
did the best coverage out of a lot of... Never mind.
They were also, I'm going to say it, they were very white. And there just weren't... They weren't interesting personalities and entertaining personalities to watch on a regular basis. So much so that one of their most popular segments almost every day was, what is Snoop doing? So they could go follow around Snoop because they're not interesting enough to be able to hold a show on their own.
Wow.
I had to say it. On the other hand, Snoop Dogg was one of the best things in terms of the media coverage of the Olympics.
They said Snoop is the biggest winner of the Olympics this year.
I would 100% agree with that.
That's crazy. And I love it at the same time.
One of the other things I thought that they could...
Look at God, look at hip-hop. Both.
One of the other things I thought that they could improve on is they didn't show the standings or the score very often in almost every event.
Yep.
So at points it was difficult to know whether your team was winning, losing, where the standings were. So I thought they should have kind of kept those graphics up a little bit more or a little bit longer. And then finally, when it came down to those conglomerate shows again that I was talking about earlier, the prime time, those types of things, I thought that the sport choices that they chose to show during those conglomerate shows was kind of antiquated. They focused on the traditionally popular events.
Niggas say antiquated.
Including things like fencing and equestrian and just... I think that if they would have done more skateboarding over equestrian or more BMX racing or kayak cross.
Oh, you talking about how we marketed us to us?
Yes, I think that we would have... I think they would have seen some better ratings. I think that their choice of sports to display, not talking about track, you got to show the track events, you got to show the swimming events. I get it. But if you could sprinkle in a little bit more of those other sports in a way that we can follow them and understand those athletes' stories too, I think that you'll get a much wider viewership than what we saw in terms of those shows. So those are my only criticisms. But overall, I thought that NBC did a great job. And I really enjoyed watching the entire Olympics.
I think with the next couple of weeks, what we're going to hear is a bunch of records that have been broken from viewership to participation in all type of ways for this year's Olympics. But at the same time, I think that that's the blessing, right? If they did their thing, like we said they did their thing, then the U.S. got to do their thing and L.A. got to tear it up next year. And it's a competitive sport on that side too, as far as production. So maybe K and Fine Productions will be a part of the situation, but we will be situated. Please believe me. Salute to y'all. What else we got?
That's it.
Then we out of here, man. I want to do this. I want to thank y'all. I want to salute y'all. I want to congratulate the winner of the Bent Wine Festival Polo Classic featuring Little Mo. You out there, number 22, and we out of here too.
Sippin', I'm 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 sippin'.
This is Sippin' with Sammy. I am Mr. Flash, and only the one and only Sippin' with Sammy. Sam Malone, Barstool Rug. If you ain't sippin' with Sammy, you ain't sippin' right. Please get your fucking life together.
Damn, Sammy, you done fuck.
Thanks, Sammy.
Fucking yuppie transplants. Move the fuck out. Get out of our fucking city. You ain't even fucking born here. Tired of you, motherfucker.